that stays the same.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi guys!
Not going.
First and foremost, say hello to our new people who joined us this week who were not able to last week. Hello there.
Are you on Yell?
You're not on Yell.
You're not on Yo.
Yeah.
I was not. My bad, my fault. Yeah, my bad, my fault. Hi to everybody, welcome to our second session.
Yippee!
I'm a Latina, I'm sorry. First off, welcome to our second session, and hello to all our new people who weren't able to make it last week. Hello there! Hello! If I could have the new people that are coming in go over to the black button, just so that way I can get a visual of it. Thank you. And
There's so many more Vanguard.
the Yanshians I will need to pull to the side before you go in, so do stay behind so I can tell you something for one of the new people coming in. Yeah, you're fucked. Don't know why I went Texan. My fault. Anyways,
Fully executed.
my only personal... No, it's not! The only person that I have on my end as a TM is my deepest apologies, as I had gotten a lot of lore form in a very short time frame. Some of them are being transferred over to tomorrow and Monday. I will get them sent out. We had a lot of things to get across the board from either getting staff confirmation or answering other questions that needed a bit more clarification. Otherwise, that's the only announcement I have. Clink, if you have anything?
Yep, map update. So,
Did my fizz bones break?
few things.
They did. My hair's not moving.
So, thanks to the power of culling and me putting a bunch of fucking cube walls everywhere, if everything is going correctly, no one should be able to render anything that's going down below any of the rooms. A lot of the rooms should now only be rendering by themselves, which should heavily optimize the place and increase frame rates. I'm pretty sure the frame rates are better in the rooms now than outside.
Great so far.
That's usually how that works.
I am not dying.
Also, I exchanged one of the materials in the center with something else, because I think that might also been causing a problem, so that should have been less. For the council, I put your room up with locking. That's up. I also finished to put up the game room, so that's available again. That's up. The function for opening up all the house rooms is back up again. Just press the or just pull in character the little fire thing next to the door, and that should open up for everybody. I made all the house rooms spread out so you don't hear each other through the walls, and I made them a little bigger. I'll resize all the furniture later, but it's just so everyone can realistically get in now, because, you know, a lot more people, smaller rooms. And... Oh, and I fixed all the music for the stuff, so now the Grand Hall has music again, the library has music again, all that jazz. Still have not gotten to dorms yet. Still, I haven't forgot, and yes, I have been seeing the requests in the dorms requests, so it will be done. I was just making sure this was getting more optimized first and foremost, which... If this doesn't optimize it, I'll kill the CEO of Unity. Don't clip me.
Quoted.
In Minecraft. Noted.
I'm gonna post this on the local media.
I believe that's everything. Oh, and yeah, morning announcements will be today, obviously. And unless you have anything else?
Gotta get my juice box.
The only other thing is that for our new people, combat models are needed for next week. Get all that said and done. That would be the only time it is mandatory is to have it done. And the only other notice is just the announcement today. Cavalry will be pulled into a quick, quote-unquote quick, trademark meeting. Yep, the first years are being pulled into a meeting after morning announcements. That is the only note for you guys. Otherwise, you can send them in. I just need the Yanshians over there.
Yeah, you all can start going in now.
Business lady with your meeting.
Yeah,
I fucking crashed.
I'm just like, what the fuck got me? I didn't even shoot yet.
One more time.
Racist. I
What?
need you.
Yeah. Okay.
Jackalope, I need you.
All right. Yeah.
What's channel?
Okay.
The other looks like you're fucked.
Sorry.
If you are not a new person, or you are not a European, or two I have pulled, thank you.
You can change your jump impulse.
Okay, I want to make this quick because we have a lot to do. So many few days. Okay, first and foremost for Yanchians, this little shit. This is one of the higher court's homunculi that actually works. She is also taken as an apprentice to be taught how to do golemancy, how to actually make more homunculi. Not something that's ever been done. This is a weird little shit you would be aware of.
The AI can build itself now.
Oh man.
Ooh, can't say that. Can't say that.
Drop lore. Drop lore.
Yeah. Quick question: how much does would Koa know about all of this?
You would know that it was something that was actually going around in the higher numbers for nobility, so Mom would have definitely heard about it and told you about it, because
Got it.
that's never been heard of, a homunculi making more homunculi.
Okay.
They shouldn't really be possible to, but there's no confirmation or research to go against it. It's just not normal. That's that note for that. So that's my note for the Danchians. That is who you would be aware of, and what the reason why you know them. You guys can go in now. I need Problem Child 1 and 2 forward for our 2 jackalopes.
Hi.
Okay, I'm not Chrome Child. Okay.
Yeah, you're safe.
It's always these two. Always them.
Push to go in.
So.
I was specifically told to come over here because I'm racist.
But do remember to press the flag of your house.
You are
so that you're on the blue
racist.
one.
Well, yes. However.
Got it. Ready, dude.
Yep. Okay.
Think they're
Sorry.
Pandoran?
Whew. All right.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So for our 2 jackalopes. One, you know this one. Actually, I think you both do. You're both from. Oh, fuck, you're both from Serenity.
Yep.
Fucking suck my dick. Okay. Sorry. My fault.
And
okay.
just like that, they're on a
First
list.
and foremost, this piece of shit, you know his family line. They are the border control for Serenity. To keep between Serenity and Pandora. That's his family. It's mixed responses of great in some courts. Your court specifically, because of what your family does, knows there's something that's missing in their history. Enjoy that, buddy.
It didn't even have water in it.
But for funny jackalope eyes, way too much mana in a very limited frame. Vice versa here. The only measurement that you would have is, imagine you saw somebody who was 20 foot tall,
They drank it all up again.
that much mana in a condensed space.
It's empty again.
Vice
Hey, wait a
versa for
minute.
this one.
It's all empty now.
And
Somebody.
Ari, my dearest,
Yes.
you see 2 figures behind them when you look at them. Made of pure light and
Why?
pure dark.
Why?
Ah,
What do you mean? Oh.
ah.
Okay, so light
Hi,
and
hi.
light and
So how do
Light
I,
and dark.
I'm guessing.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Do I send that
Simple enough.
one of the
That
ones
is
or-
information you guys will have on hand. I will purposely come and poke you
you
guys
freak
later for
your
extra
family.
information you will find over time.
I'm literally the most normal angel to ever exist.
Also, the
Besides
moment they
that-
started mentioning the entities behind us, I started lagging out. Me, when I write
Besides that,
Daxter
you
as my
guys are
Well,
child's
no.
name and the
I'll-
pregnancy gets
Let me
percent.
take you over the corner after here to tell you about why I turned a point at you.
Yeah, I'm meaning these 2. You guys are good to go in now.
Okay, come with me for a sec. Okay. The reason I said turned to point at you is because she specifically said it's like the mana of someone who is 20 foot tall.
20 foot, yeah, I know. That's why I
Compressed.
point at you too. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember our talk?
Yeah.
15
foot. Not hunched over, probably.
15 foot hunched over. Oh, I should probably have everyone load my combat model.
That makes more gold. That's what it's. That's what it is. She's a first golem to make other golems. Okay.
gonna load. I should peel in mine actually. Never mind.
I think this is the one. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Alright. And back to the 100K play.
Crash Out Saturday.
Down till your feet touch the ground.
Are you ready? Are you ready? It's Crash Out Saturday.
Ah!
Why'd you scream like that?
I got startled.
I startled you? I started talking like from here and slowly walked up to
Yeah.
you.
I was in. I had my VR overlay on. I wasn't looking at VR chat.
Fair.
You just appeared out of nowhere from it. Fucking flash thing.
Yeah.
Actual jump scare.
Yeah, that's Aaron's teleport. He's never shown it.
Bro, white night bell noise. What?
It's because it's in. You'll find out. It's a word. Did I have the armor on for you guys? No, I couldn't have. I didn't have the armor on for myself. Or were you just looking in the preview? Okay, preview. You guys had me tweaking for a second. I haven't shown the armor yet. Yeah, it took a lot of work. I'm proud of it. But, all right. Da-da-da. Badal. That works. Distorted song is because Irin is having a time. However, I'm not quite feeling it. I'm running great today, actually. Kairos Romaine. Aura. Busy. focus. Saru. Masa. My frames are actually running fantastic. They did an update to the map. I don't know if I was actually streaming at that point, but I can actually raise my resolution a little higher. Actually, I have an idea. I might change how my magic site works. I had an idea of something that might look much cooler.
Did Sabriel ever give you the report that I gave her? For the
No,
test that you
that
were
was
supposed to
actually
do?
something I was going to ask.
Alright. Do you want to go somewhere a bit more private for this?
That works.
Alright.
Believe from when I was flying. There should be no one about that direction. A little farther into the woods.
Alright. Alright.
Remain.
Morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any great and wondrous plans for this fine morning?
No. Currently I'm receiving a cavalry report. You are also cavalry.
Sounds like something.
Would do you well to listen. One of the new cavalry. They'll be listening to this as well.
Koa, pleasure to meet you.
Kairos.
Alright.
What's up?
So, Stone probably can divulge some of the other information a bit better because he probably understands it a bit better than me and Masa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Purely because, we've only, certain parts of the pits, from the pits and the docks is kind of our bread and butter. Where is it? I have my notes here. Just give me 1 second here.
You are fine. I'd rather it be accurate than quick.
Yeah. Okay, so some of the questions that I asked, right? For the pit side of it, I asked, had nobility been, is there any, like, nobility that hadn't been around that's been showing up more recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Few nobility had come through the visitations, observing fights. We had a phoenix yokai and some slime fighters, a couple exotics or two that had recently come down, but there are rare fights. Exotic fights are, I don't really want to get into that one. It's a bit more deathy, at least to my knowledge. Nothing out of the ordinary has been seen. But there's been some word of some fighters transferring to a new ring, which is a little bit weird, right?
I assume these fighters are never seen again, then.
That's something that kind of going to be the trend. I can go to one of the big ones that kind of caught me and Masa off guard, right? Me and Masa are known as showstoppers. We're kind of the main attractions, right? But since we come to the academy, they tried to replace us. One of them was known as the illusionist, and one was the demolitionist, right? But before they could debut, they went missing. So that was a bit concerning, right? We don't know what happened. We just know they went missing. And apparently some, low rank or meaningless fighters have gone missing as well. And some high rank fighters have gone missing. So
I'd assume I'm not familiar with some areas of Yanshe, but
yeah.
Would the pits be the largest criminal enterprise in that area?
Well,
it's where you're not going to be. I'm saying, if you're over there, it's where you're not going to be missed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to rule out anything but cult activity because this is sounding like they are being harvested.
Well, if you think about it, right? There is slaves in the pits, right? And what did we deal with in Neptune?
Yes, however, the reason why there was a heavy focus on slaves in Neptune was due to the own personal feelings of the Neptune general. They had history as a slave, but that won't be a trend continuing forward through other nations.
I mean, I guess compared to the rest of the city, from what I know about it, yeah, I'd say the pits is probably like the worst corner if you ain't familiar with it.
Yeah.
I guess my thought is, what are the chances that this is not cult activity? Has this ever happened before?
It would be pretty high for the sole fact if you had people that were going to replace me, Hezekiah, and Masa, and the people didn't show up that were supposed to be there, that kind of just screws with their own revenue there.
Yeah, for most of the lower people, yeah, that's relatively common of like people
Nobody would care.
Yeah, people who don't have much of a name, sure, but these two...
But for those with reputation and recognition and going to bring in large amounts of revenue.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
my thought.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like, one, they would have to have the strength to be able to back up that rep. You don't get a rep off word alone. You actually back that shit up in the pits.
And to disappear without anyone knowing,
able to grab them.
Which means there is a large strength disparity.
Yeah.
Something that confused me, because this is something that somebody told me, and I don't really understand. Let me double check just so I can see what the question I was asking here. Because I'll also give you write up all this and then send it to you as well, if that would be helpful.
That would, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because again, I can only word things certain ways, right? Let's see. I asked if any fighter in the pit had been gathering any sort of special recognition or attention through accolades, right? Just to kind of see if there's anybody, worth watching that might be a potential problem, right? I got a weird, response back from people. White door fights, which I was like, what the hell does that mean, right? They were like, the name might be too accurate. An end stage of their magic, destructive and unstable. I don't know what the hell that means.
Sounds like fighters with nothing left to lose.
Yes, however, I think you'd agree with me and I would describe most of the pits.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, if you're there by choice, it's out of desperation.
One thing
that applies to most of us.
One thing that we have seen as a continuing trend through every nation is that the cult could not survive against the nation itself, so they do what any organization would that's opposing the area that it lives in. It hides, and it hides within other things. With Yisrael, they hid into the lower layers, the ones that weren't looked at as much, and they had a councilman in their pocket who was blackmailing other councilmen. With Neptune, as we found out at the end, they hid underwater. With their own submersible ships, along with making use of the entire Siren population.
See,
I think for Yanxi, they're most likely going to be hiding inside the pits and hiding underground.
That's what I was thinking.
That's been our guess since the notion that they're already there.
If you wanted people to fight for you, right, you get the people that are desperate in the pits and you want to drag them somewhere else. You grab low-ranking people that nobody's gonna miss, it's easy to just funnel those people out, right?
Make a promise, wave some fucking gold in their face, they'll fucking do it.
Yeah. A steady supply of people that know how to fight. Been doing it. That's my thought process. Like, there was some other stuff, like I said, Stone would probably be better at, divulging that part. And then Sabriel's
because you mentioned something about, like, whatever's going on with, like, the homunculi and the other gargoyles
stuff, but I don't know much about that stuff, except my mom talking to me about it.
Gargoyle.
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm the right person to divulge that, because I don't fully understand it.
From my understanding, the cult is already in all nations, except for the ones that we've scrubbed them out of. It's sort of, they'll be picking up activity. From my understanding, they are already active in every nation. It's just, some of them are at varying levels of activity. We knew about Neptune and Yisrael because of surely just how active they were.
Yeah.
How many people were disappearing, which is why they became a priority.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside of, like, mainly the pit fighters, I didn't fucking catch much in terms of people going missing.
I asked my mom something.
Attention all students, morning announcements will start shortly. If you're not in the Grand Hall, proceed to start moving there immediately.
Of, like, somebody trying to force her back out of retirement or to do a special request. Which, that's just more, you understand why I'd be irritated by that, because of what happened to my other parent.
I was focusing on you, but I do believe Virtues just said morning announcements.
Got it. No, that's fair. Like I said, I'll write up everything and send it to you by the end of the night.
That works. I can review it, see if there's any other connections that I can make.
Okay. Yeah, because a lot of it was just word vomiting about, pit stuff, and it was hard to sift through it all, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That works.
They're hidden in there deep.
Yanxi is most likely going to be longer than Yisrael and Neptune. We don't know how many layers, or if you can even count them or distinguish them as layers inside Yanxi. At least with Yisrael, there were only 3 layers, and the third was inhospitable.
Yeah.
But
I'm expecting.
It depends on where you are.
I'm expecting it to be a long, drawn-out fight, longer than Neptune's
Oh,
was.
fuck, there was the one thing. There was the one thing Snow mentioned about they might be in the mines too.
That might be it.
Which if that's
that
the
I
case, it's gonna
can
be a fucking bitch and a
basically
half.
guarantee.
Yeah. So
If you had a
that means
large
people's
force, you need
magic needs to
space.
be-
Yeah, that's the thing is.
If that's the case,
the
may I
pits is
ask
one
before
thing,
we-
but the mines is.
If I may ask before we go to morning announcements, if we do know that they might be in the mines, would it be okay to ask that we, maybe, I don't know if this is me overstepping here, but I think...
Good morning, students. As for our new entries, I am your headmaster, Eva Harper Kissery. It is a pleasure to meet you. For at least first points, for our new entries into the campus, you'll be having your
It
entrance
might as
exam
well.
next week. And on the topic of exams,
If you were
Professor
asking
Sayori
to
and
go
Professor
scout the
Copperbeard will be
mines,
taking all
that is
first-year
something that we
cavalry
will be
into
doing.
the cavalry house room for a beginning process of your examination. There will also be a mandatory Vanguard lesson with Professor Brom. It is optional for all other houses if you wish to spectate or be involved, but it is mandatory to Vanguard. And if I may as well have all student council step forward so that way all the new first years can get a good glimpse of who they're working with.
If it's gonna be in a mine shaft, we gotta start working on our weapons a bit more. Because the last thing you want to do is use a whole bunch of magic in a mine shaft and then cause a whole damn thing to collapse.
The one thing that we do not want to do is tip our hand
For
early
our
that
first
we are
year
looking
cavalry,
for
you'll
them.
be working under
So if we're going to scout out the
Winter
mine shaft, we
Pandora
need to do it
and
in a
Ora
way that is not
Gary, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that,
caught.
Ora. For
Yes, sir.
Centurion year ones, you'll
We
be
can talk more
working
about
with
this when the
Rus,
headmistress is not in my ear.
Nikos Lycos, and Menace. For Vanguard first years, you'll be working with Lance, and Valkyrie, you'll be working with Amoris. Please do make yourself acquainted with your student council. And for student council president, you'll be having Biol Izumi. There will be personal conversations with some members within each house to organize you guys and get you settled in for next week. Good fortune to all of you. And once we dismiss you, please, first year cavalry, start heading to the cavalry house. If you need a guide, talk to either your professors or to your student council. Good motto.
Whatever you need me and Masa to do, just let us know.
I'm going to take some time to think about what the next steps will be. Mostly, I also do want to see this new cavalry.
No, go. Alright then, let's go look at, if there's a new Vanguard, we'll go look at them, and other than that, let's go back to training then.
I'll grab a bite while I'm at it.
I'm not a big fan of, well, you know.
I will grab you at some point.
Cavalry has a meaning, there's a mandatory
Sounds good with me.
Here.
I'll just be proper
First
your
year cavalry is
Never mind, then
I'll shut up.
Oh, fine.
Anyways, can I grab you?
Where's my phone?
Where are you taking? What's up?
Were you taking my councilman?
No.
Means you're good at.
Well then, let's go back to training then, realistically.
I can still show you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Professor. I look forward to your mentorship.
Morning, Virtues. Morning, Professor Chancel.
Do you need any second years there?
Follow me. No, only first years.
If you don't follow,
Homunculus.
I've got a lasso.
That will not be necessary.
Or did
Well,
you need
we-
something?
I was just gonna double check. Do you need either me or Winter their presence?
If you would want to be there, but I wouldn't need you.
Brownie
It's
points.
good to hear what you have planned for the new ones.
That's okay if you want to listen.
Interesting.
Yes.
Shall we move?
Yes. Onwards to
Oh,
glory.
I was greeting the one behind you.
The light one.
What?
We'd be concerned by that sentence.
I am. I'm going to the cavalry room, if you'd like to join. You can do your own thing. And I do want to hear about your break.
Yeah.
We have not yet gone to
You said
speak
it's
about it.
mainly your ones for now. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll find a place.
I also have extra reason after that sentence. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I wish you luck.
Yeah. So my guess, we can, you know,
For me, it isn't.
overlook, like spectate, or just do what we want.
Ah, there. I see what you mean. That's adorable.
Yeah, that's funny to see his reaction. Sorry, not to see. I didn't really
You're slightly smaller than Gio.
For me?
Small
know me right now. Not even a big know me.
I stole your height.
And like he's doing this for free? Like no favors, no nothing?
See if I can find your
No
Europa.
payments or something like that.
Europa's most likely going to be by the garden.
Thank you, Ernest. That makes it easier for me.
So we'll be studying a lot of those, and a lot of them require heavy caution. So for now, we're not going to introduce you to them.
Alright, sounds cool. Sounds good.
You don't have armor.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
no
there's-
in that room.
Yeah,
No
big
witch
fan.
God.
I got yelled at by
Not as much
archers for
in
not
there,
wearing
if I'm being
uniform.
honest. Just don't go in there tearing.
I did it.
Are you okay there?
Yes, I think so. Alright. I feel like I got jumped directly on top of, but it did not hurt that bad. Wait.
Make
Right,
yourself
well,
comfortable.
Good morning, Aura.
They scale up this room.
Okay. So before we start, we do have another new student that needs to make an introduction. If you would like to come up here first and say hi, hello to all your other first years.
Hello. I am Arasavel. I look forward to getting to know you all over the course of our time here. Is there much else?
Unless Veroneus wants to do the questionnaire again.
I do.
The questionnaire? Oh lord.
Unless you already said it, where do you hail from?
I am from Yangshi.
And what were you primarily doing there?
I am an apprentice to my mother. I am studying the art of golemancy, and hope to continue doing so here.
Do you have additional skills?
Primary focus is that. Otherwise, I also work in runic languages and interpretation, though mostly focused on the aspects that assist me with my primary work. I am wholly devoted to that.
And lastly, why are you here?
It was recommended to me as a means of achieving the ability to find an answer to the task that I was given regarding my studies. A means to create cores like those that are within myself. Something that was told I would not find the answer staying home.
That completes my questions.
I hope the answers were to your satisfaction.
Alrighty. Copperbeard, if you would like to and make your introduction. I would
Sure.
suggest going up just a little bit.
Just here.
Hi, Witch. Hi. Hi, Witch. Hi. Hi. Hi.
If you notice, my face is
Hi.
a bit full of glitter. I have a prank war going on. Well, I have a prank buddy, and well, yeah, no, they started the first shot. Alright.
You could attempt to have some dignity,
Good day,
Copperbeard.
everybody. I see a lot of new faces, and a few old, and a few probably old faces, but I do not have seen you enough. My name is Torcoat Copperbeard, and I am the second of our lovely commander here. Yeah. Formerly I taught the position. Teached? Nah, I'll go with teached. I formerly teach the positions that our commander
Taught.
here was teaching, but then found somebody better. But I teach alchemy and herbology, as well as I would like to consider myself a counselor for those who trust me. Hey. I am a dwarf. I hail from Hammerdeep, which is in the region of Phoenix Drop. You'll notice me around. Come and ask. I'll answer any questions you have. If you introduce yourselves to me, my apologies. I will forget your name. But I will not forget a face. For the rest, I think that's about right, isn't it?
I think so.
Unless anyone else has any questions for me, going once, going twice, sold for a second, exactly 0 coppers.
How funny.
So
I thought it was all in the beard.
this goes into the actual conversation for all the first years. Today you will be starting the first part of your exam.
It's good to see you again.
Next week you will be finishing your exam. This is a 2-part exam. Today is just to give you time. You have one objective right now, and that is to form a team with 4 other people of your choice. Once you form that team, please let me know. And then next week you'll find out what you're going to be doing with that team. Is that clear?
Creating a team without knowing the purpose. They'll most likely assume it's combat.
Members of all houses.
Yes.
I have a question. Are we allowed to grab from the upper years?
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Is it a part of the exercise that we do not know what we will be trying to accomplish with our team?
Correct. You will not find out till next week.
I see.
Second clarification, 4 not including ourselves.
4 not including yourself, correct. So 4 out.
Total of 5. Until I figure it out.
Teams of 5.
Bigger?
Any more questions?
I mean, yeah, we have a lot more bigger races.
No, but I mean, like, did everything get Baker.
That's everything?
Yes.
Everyone is dismissed to start working on your team.
Maybe a little bit. Actually, one more thing I forgot to mention. I also am a man of diplomacy, so if you need any tips or guidelines
Right.
on the
Diplomacy.
you know, because not
Where we
everything
deign
is
to talk down and negotiate, sometimes with actual animals.
legal. So please do come to me. Yeah, please, I'm lonely.
Pathetic.
Anyways, with all that being said, like I said, you are dismissed. So begin your preparations accordingly.
They don't want to cheat.
Prepare to die.
You, so please come with me. I'll give you a tour of everything before we.
Quite excited to see what they do.
Let you leave.
Very well.
Good
So
job,
of course,
Professor.
we'll just start in here. So this is of course your household. This is where we're going to be doing covering meetings that may be done. Yes, sir.
I was going to ask before you start your tour if I could have a private conversation with them for a moment.
I got a
Between your twos and threes.
Sure. I'll meet you.
It'll be quick.
By the way.
Very well. I will come out when I'm concluded with this.
Irenaeus, would it be cheating if I asked you to join my team already?
Nothing, Newton. Nothing you have to be sorry for.
That is Sayor's decision.
So how was your
I
break?
said they're allowed to pick up being one that they desire.
Certainly eventful, I'll tell you that.
There was
much.
no
So much was
restrictions on
going
those who
by
could be
the
asked.
seawall was doing my
Except-
I imagine no faculty.
Correct. No faculty.
I see, I see.
Alright.
I hope it was...
I'll tell you what, when all the jazz was going on, I couldn't tell the weather for Adam.
And no, I don't have many insights. This is new.
Just a guy
I wasn't expecting anything, but it is appreciated.
Makes sense.
When we actually hear the objective, I may have more insights.
I don't normally see just a compass spinning around in any direction like that, I'll tell you that much.
I've only heard the story of that once. Well, I heard it leads to the thing you did.
I'd like to give them a moment to clear out.
Don't tell me that.
I assumed as such.
I have enough things I'm looking for with treasure.
Though how long that will take is uncertain.
Don't worry. Doubt you would find it.
Nothing stays hidden from me for long, if that means anything. And I'm sure whatever it is, it'll reveal.
Do you two mind if I have the room?
Oh dear.
Yeah, go for it. We'll be out here.
Attention students, my lesson will be in roughly 30 minutes. Please make your way to the training yard at that time.
You said something to me before we entered, well, before we were sent to the cavalry room.
That is correct.
You greeted something behind me.
Yes, they are still there. They followed you in here. There was a similar situation with the one named Winter, though theirs was a much darker figure. Yours is the opposite. This is unusual, as I have not seen anyone else seem to react to their presence, let alone ever really see this of anyone else, ever.
The reason I am asking you is because I can still look behind myself and I do not see any such figure. You describe them.
Unusual. It is hard to really make out details. Most of them is just a very bright light, but they are taller than you by a significant margin. Always behind you, as if like a shadow, but one made of light.
Oh. That concludes my
Unfortunately,
questions.
I cannot give you more context than that, as I have admittedly never seen either of these figures before.
I think I have an idea of what it is. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Very well. I hope this was not a bad first introduction.
No. No, it is not. I missed your full name, though.
Aerith Ravel.
Aerith Ravel. I am Irenaeus Pelham, of Serenity Valley.
I see. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to learn much under you and the others.
You will. It'd be best for you to go complete your tour with Sayori.
Yes, as I must also get caught up on this task. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage in that I do not know anyone else here yet, so I do not know their capabilities.
No, but you also do not know the objective, so how much weight does their capabilities actually carry?
At the very least, picking a group of people that are likely to be able to work well together would be a starter.
That is certainly
If I can tell that they
objective.
already hate each other, then that would defeat the purpose.
You have
full alcohol.
you have today to figure out as much of that as you can.
I will try to do my best on that front.
Anyway, are you ready for your tour?
I can't do it like you guys can. My ears are too big.
So we might as well start. You know what they say about big ears, right?
So what? Now you're just behind me. Have you always been behind me? Only one thing that fits. It always returns back to you, doesn't it? Zula. I don't know why that was delayed.
Have you seen Kawa?
I believe he was planning to go train. Most likely over by the training. If you've been already over there, I'm not sure.
I've been over there. I didn't see them.
Possibly still in the Grand Hall if he hasn't left yet.
And then
I believe that was Koa. What is changing? What's different? What's different about now? Is it getting closer? What is different? Why? What is it? Is it with the students that are coming in, or has something changed with me? I'm completely unsure. Suppose I'll listen, But enough of them are away from the targets. This may be a good time to train.
I don't think we've had quite the proper chance to meet. My name is Caleb. Pleasure to meet you.
So I've successfully learned that Winter's Familiar is far weirder than I realized.
I've witnessed it do incredibly dumb things and speak, but I have never actually interacted with it.
Well, it called me what Trickery called me, so I hated that.
Oh.
Yep.
It knows that name?
I guess.
Nothing too special you need to worry about there. Alright. And then
Also, in case you said you were in the room, so you probably know, but they're gathering up to 4 extra people on top of them being the cavalry leader, and then
I've already been
they can
selected
be
for a
from-
team. Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. Year 1s, Year 2s, and Year 3s. You know, we were just having the conversation of how you were valid as a option, and it's really just dependent on if you decide to or not. So, neat. Who grabbed you, though?
Petra.
That's fair.
Is there
Fair
something
enough,
you
fair enough.
require?
I think you might be able to do what I want to do.
Doing what I usually do.
They are Winter's Familiar.
I plan to fight Lance today, at least get that display done. Very good.
They do not like my attempts at informing them. They are also unappreciative of my Snickers.
Alright. Thank you. I will get back.
Right.
Yeah, Lai grabbed me, so I guess we'll finally have a chance to fight. We actually haven't done that yet, that's kinda...
Traditional, magical, and...
I suppose that will be interesting.
Yeah.
Though, you are assuming something.
Give me a chance.
It's something I recommend for all.
Assuming it's gonna be a team versus team and not some sort of team exercise.
Yes,
Group exercise.
you are assuming combat.
I heard. I heard there's a lot of powerful warriors who use post.
I mean, it's what we have to go off of every other time that we know of that they've done. So, it's a safe bet, but I get what you mean of don't just immediately assume. Oh, it'll be interesting what they do with this.
No, it's very likely. I'm just making sure you aren't immediately concluding.
Yes.
Would you be willing to go against me in the 2v2 later after the professor's lesson?
Sure.
Excellent. Feel free to pick any partner, but if you want to get your homework done, pick someone that isn't another vanguard.
This is also an opportunity simply to see how the Year 1s select teams and the criteria they use.
Yeah, a few of them already have people in mind. Like, came to me pretty immediate. Hedja has a general composition in terms of elements down. Violin was checking with Suki, just on them being their mentor, to get like a basis suggestion on a route he should go, but he seemed to be acclimating
Hello,
to the
nice to
idea
meet you.
fine.
My name's Roland. Hello, nice to meet you. My name's Roland.
I believe you're
Hello.
my new roommate, actually.
Ah, hi, nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I spent the whole night in the library.
You're fine. Rain Blackstone. I'm a Year 2 Cavalry.
Nice to meet you, Rain.
Usual.
Hello, my name's Roland. Nice to meet you.
I'm Irenaeus Pelham, Year 2 Cavalry.
Nice to meet you, Irenaeus.
Centurion.
Yes.
What are your skill
I'm part of
sets?
Centurion. I can make ice. Well, I can use ice as my magic. I normally make constructs out of it. I'm not really good at fighting, though. I can clean and scrap, but fighting is something completely different.
Well, with your house,
learning.
you'll get a lot better at
I'll
it
go
if
explain
you
it.
deal with them, so... How'd you do in the brawl that happened?
I can also float.
Oh, neat.
The void kept trying to take me during the brawl, so I just walked out.
Unfortunate.
Also, I wasn't expecting to go that fast, so I ended up flying past a few people every time I tried to go for them, so... but it was fun.
Yeah. They go pretty hard. You'll have
Wasn't
plenty of
expecting
other
it, but it was
opportunities to practice like that, though.
I'm sure I will.
Yes?
Hello, Professor Centurion.
Oh, additionally, my mana levels have grown again.
Groaning when I stand up.
Damn.
Pardon me.
That's possible. Yeah.
Yes.
Apologies for intruding on the conversation.
No, you're fine.
First off, it's nice to see you again. I don't believe I had a proper talk with you last week, or really this week. I've been a bit busy with new duties and such.
It is good to see you back, Zuki.
Thank you. My reason for being here, I have an offer for you. Although I do not know how you will feel about it necessarily, I believe it could be very beneficial in the long run.
I'm willing to hear you out.
Step up just a bit closer. Apologies. So, as you know, I specialize in prosthetics and prostheses of all different varieties here. I'm also mostly for aftercare for students and other people who come back from missions and expeditions and such. However, my recent understandings of things and how people have been, I have decided to alter my path a little bit in a more, I think, advantageous avenue, which would be preventative measures and equipment to potentially help aid in people's abilities ahead of time.
I think I see where you're going with this. But continue.
I have a few ideas in my journal, at least a little bit, for potential ideas to help people out and potentially work with their capabilities to work better. But I wanted to confirm something with you first. If I recall from my previous encounters, you shoot lasers from your eyes, yes?
Yes. I can also fire them from various areas of my skin.
Is it more advantageous to fire it from your eyes, or is it simply just a choice?
It comes more naturally to me and my family. Our eyes are a natural focal point for our mana.
One of my, I guess, simple sights that I saw that inspired one of these thoughts is, while I was on one of the boats, I was watching the captain constantly pull on a telescope and was viewing off the ship, making sure that we weren't going to hit anything in the air or anything that might have been trying to follow us from a long distance. A few times, though, however, he used it, apologies, he used it as a makeshift lighting device. Again, we were up in the sky all the time, and he would constantly just angle just right to light cigarettes or pipes or whatever he had with him. I was considering potentially, if you were interested in helping me with an experiment, utilizing that mentality and technology and turning it to something a bit more focalized for you.
I'd be interested to see what you had in mind. I don't see myself really needing such technology, but it may still be advantageous.
It'll be interesting to see no matter what.
I have a couple of concepts in my head for how it could be helpful, but since you can use it on other parts of your body, I would prefer to start with those areas first before I start focusing on more sensitive, dangerous areas.
Suppose just let me know what you need me to do.
Just be available in the coming weeks. I will approach you with prototypes, and if you can simply just utilize them and training and give me feedback on how you think it's working, whether or not certain parts of it break, overheat, evaporate, whatever, which methodologies that we try.
I imagine you'd like to establish a baseline before testing then.
One more time. The void is being particularly nasty right now.
The void doesn't like it when a lot of us are collected into one spot. But I imagine you'd like me to develop some sort of baseline.
Potentially, yes. If I could chart the power of what you are doing, effects on certain objects that you are hitting, and then compare them to when technology is being implemented, and write down the results between the two.
If I may ask how you are doing this morning, Mizuki?
I can see a slight issue with that in the fact that the vast majority of... I'm suppressing my magic a good portion of the time.
I had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction this morning, so I almost missed the...
As exact as I can, yes.
I managed to make it just in time, so I'm happy to
If you would like to see what me going at full output looks like, I can show you that at another occasion.
No apologies needed. It was all,
But what you've normally seen out of me is me restricting as much as possible while still casting the spell. I am doing the bare minimum.
How are you, getting acquainted, I suppose?
Still adjusting myself a little bit.
We'll have to try that then.
A bit of different students and their
Hopefully my goal would be to give you the ability to safely use your maximum potential. Not all the time, mind you, because that would be reckless and dangerous, but enough of a situation for if it were to call for it, where you would be able to do it in a safer manner for yourself and for the people around you.
Not as much as if I'm by myself now.
I don't believe anything is happening. If you'd like to see,
as long as I'm with him, so
I guess, more of my spells.
a bit of adjusting to do it without him, so.
I know there's a Vanguard lesson soon. Potentially after.
I only really need the targets, but yes.
Being quite well.
Well, if you only need the targets for a short amount of time, then we can go over to the targets.
Sure. And I do appreciate the assistance you've been giving me to over and up.
I will give a warning to Ironwood so he can alert the others in advance.
We're supposed to help each other either way.
There shouldn't be anyone over there, so there shouldn't really need to be a warning.
Maximum use. I wish to see it for myself. I have technology in mind.
I was actually going to show you about half output.
Oh, I thought you were going to go full, but that's fine. I can still work with half potential.
If I were to go full output, it would restrict me for the rest of the day.
I wouldn't want that, so we will start with half. Although I will say I may cover myself a little bit in advance just to be on the safe side. Light's a bit sensitive for my species, but I will manage.
I generally have, for half output, 2 different spells.
Okay.
Disintegrates about everything it touches. Additionally,
Is it always in such a larger radius as that, or can it be?
No, I can focus it.
That gives me a couple of ideas to work with. Mind you, they will be rough prototypes, but they will be a good start.
I'd be interested to see them. However,
of course,
I'm not sure if I will truly be using them. I don't find myself typically a user of equipment.
If it's any consolation, the mentality that I have with prosthetics, the idea is technology that does not seem like technology in terms of it doesn't seem complicated when one uses it on a daily basis. It may look intricate on the outside, and to work on it would be intricate, but for your use and for anyone else's use, it would be as simple as putting a hat on.
I see. In that case, I look forward to the prototypes.
I look forward to working with you on that. And thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome. I'm not often asked to show off, I suppose.
Oh, it's done with the hopes of improving. Maybe doing better.
And I admit, I am still actually working out the more concentrated one. I can feel it that there's a way to improve it without actually increasing the amount of mana dumped into it. I'm on the cusp of it.
If there's anything you think I can do to help with that process, please let me know.
I assume you're going to be utilizing a lot of focal lenses.
It is an idea. I have an idea for potentially using something involving liquids instead. Something that'd be readily easily to replace in a situation. Maybe even offer an alternative to how you do things.
If you had two of them, you would probably spot.
Generally, any material that is not inherently reflective dies.
Liquid can be reflective, and there are certain chemical properties that can be created. Mind you, a bit rudimentary, but they are reflective in nature. Silver can be malleable in many forms and fashions, although to the degree of what you'll be using, it may not be as effective or ineffective in whole. But that's a part of the process, working to see what we can create.
Oh, speaking since you're all here actually, and I've already talked to Brom, decide to allow them.
I'll look forward to it. More, I was letting you know that if there are materials that are going to try and direct it that are not inherently reflective, they're going to be dissolved.
Hello, students. I will begin my class in roughly 5 minutes. Please make your way to the training area if you are a vanguard. Anyone else is more than welcome to participate, and greatly encouraged.
In their classes, if they've done anything that would be wrong, then I've given them one chance.
Well then, off to the lessons then.
Understood. I'll keep that in mind.
It's nice to see you
All
again.
I've seen them do is get picked up by Nakokase, so...
Apologies if I seem...
Is it Naka
I hope I did not come off
this tall?
They could kind of grow themselves.
Yeah, they can make it outside. It is rather
Is it a writer? My eyes kind of hurt already.
Has anyone tried to grab you?
Yes. I've already currently been grabbed by Hetcha. They took the opportunity to ask. Before I left the room, actually.
They speak too much to the point where it makes it worse.
I'll do my best to find it and not get you lost then. The place is a staircase.
I also do not know the objective. Not certain how useful I'll be.
Someone like myself who is not so combat oriented, let's put it, it was rather beneficial.
Good morning, Renee.
Good morning. I believe you wanted to ask me something.
The different senses when one would be using a sword or a similar.
It can wait till after the lesson.
Hold away for only a second. Probably only going to be a moment.
Alright, did you hear that? That was good.
Probably only going to be a moment of your time. Eve was wanting to ask this, but can't press
Eve had questions for me.
More like concerns. Lots of concerns.
Concerns that I should hear.
You use lightning?
Well, it's what Elwin told me before the break happened.
Oh, damn lightning. My notes were wrong. Okay. But that's fine.
I told Eve about what Elwin had told me. Cthulhu's body is walking around Pandora.
And?
She wants to know if that's fully true. If it is, explain a lot of things.
I would recommend that this information is not spread.
I won't. The only
That's
person
also a
my
message
mother.
to Eve.
She won't. I don't think she's even gonna tell the council about it. Doesn't want to cause panic for them.
I would recommend it, because it's absolutely true. The Crimson sections of the forest. Right outside Salem.
That's why she was wanting us not to go.
The Crimson Flora. Where it's all around the trees and the ground. Like
Where the
flowers
Lamasis
made of
attacking.
blood.
The Lamasis have been more active.
The Mossies are more active.
Yes. As well as also, it might have some ties to my own personal problems now. More than what I realized.
But yes, it's true.
Alright. I just wanted to get it from the source instead of Elwyn's mouth. And give my mother.
I would also recommend Ask Winter. He's also had visual sight on it.
Silas had told me something too.
He's also one. I have seen it, but not in Pandora.
That is not good, though.
Might I approach?
You can.
You
I
may.
believe this conversation's over.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it, Ernest.
I'd like to inform you that our team roster is filled out.
You've been quick.
I had a whole week to plan things, so...
You already saw it coming.
I wasn't counting on the year 2s and year 3s being available, but it didn't really change much of the team that I wanted.
And what is the roster?
The roster will be Lou whenever I get the chance to talk to him. I grabbed us Giovanni, the unicorn in Valkyrie, who deals with lightning. And he is able to enhance regeneration. He is also physically fit. And I grabbed us Pearl.
Oh. You were more focused on creating a team of personal connection and trust, then?
It was mainly a team of people I knew the abilities of and can work around. Originally, the team composition didn't have a 5th member, which was then filled in by you, which is allowing us a better sense of height.
Yes.
Giovanni and Lou can protect us on the ground, and Pearl is in Vanguard for a reason.
Yes. My question to you, friend. Are you so sure it's going to be combat?
I am not certain it's combat, actually. But with this team, at the least, if it requires talking, then there are a couple of us who can deal with that. If it requires rescuing people, we have the strength to do so, and if it requires protection, that as well. I built the team more on the all-around than anything specific. If I wanted a full combat team, I would have gone with other members.
You went with a good one for all rounding of purpose. Less so in element, but
I attempted to try to have all of our elements match with whoever can heal us.
I
The
approve.
person I wanted to grab for healing was not going to be around next week, sadly, so...
Especially because you described it that Giovanni can assist in regeneration?
Yes.
Hmm. That will be useful. I'm uncertain, actually, who else on that team has healing.
On this team currently, no. I wasn't expecting a full healer to be down, but I couldn't see anyone else who would not have a dark element to disrupt the whole team. The person I did want to grab won't be available. I was trying to grab Fizzy.
Hmm. Have they already been grabbed?
No, I talked to them, and fourth dimensionally they won't be around.
They'll be busy.
They will be busy then.
I approve.
Thank you very much. I did try my best.
I suppose then the question for you as team leader. Are you planning to have the team gather and brief what you think the objectives will be? Or what you think the plan should be?
I might talk with you about it, as well as Lou. And then with Pearl and Giovanni, we'll debrief them. Giovanni would rather spend his time outside training, and honestly, I'd like to keep it that way. I don't think he'd have too much way in input. And for Pearl, I'd prefer that they be relaxed during the week. This might cause them stress, and unnecessarily so.
You think this would stress them?
I've known Pearl for a couple years now. They're very quiet and shy. They are smart though. And I will be looking for feedback from them as well.
It is near impervious to slashing and most arrows, depending on the location that the arrow hits and the thickness of the plate in that space.
In that case, I'll assist where I can. When I hear the objective, I'll have far more insight. I've been through a couple of these entrance exams. I was present in the last years as well. There were 2 of the last year. Both mine and technically a halfway class.
I see. I knew they were mainly combat focused. But I'm thinking that it might be slightly different this year. Maybe still dealing with combat, but in a different way.
We recently had a test for cavalry before your wave joined. It did not involve combat, but more riddles, wits.
I see.
So, very possible this may not be combat related. But, again, that is only just more of a possibility.
Yes. I did try to grab a team that can do as much as possible.
You're already very familiar with everything I can do, though I've gained a couple more things since we last spoke. I imagine you have as well.
Here and there. I've gained a little bit more control of my mana.
Do not know what is around their feet or behind them. If you can, use terrain to your advantage when at all possible. Next, we will speak about...
Were you actually telling the truth about why you're here when you introduced yourself to cavalry?
It is the Ghana experience, as well as make a name for myself so I can become proper heir to my family.
The strengths are that it is lighter than full plate, it offers decent protection, and is...
Not doubting you. Just curious.
It is also even easier to move in, and that is often underestimated. While plate armor...
If I have other motives, it's more than likely to build connections.
This school is lauded as the creator of great generals, artists, the ones who change things. If there's any place to build connections outside of Serenity, it would be here.
That's exactly why I came. As much as I can build connections back at home, dealing with other nations is a bit difficult, and I knew this place would be more neutral. I wasn't expecting such a completely friendly attitude that most of the older students have here.
Some of them are far too friendly. Far too open with themselves.
Get in close to them and obstruct them as best you can. The same as with full plate armor. If you can, attempt to work your dagger or short weapon.
Some of them don't understand. Trust is earned.
A coat of gambeson. However, try not to... What's the word?
I won't be telling lies, but I'll give them only as much as I want to.
But do not rely on their armor being as weak as plate when it comes to their visibility.
I'd recommend it.
Those are the most traditional armors that you will encounter when you are fighting in the field.
There are still several here that, if I could not see outside my back, I would never turn it to them.
Few nations that employ different types of armor that are more magical in nature. These are oftentimes a bit difficult to deal with for those that do not know how to utilize them.
At some point, we should actually talk about
To begin, I will cover Titan.
sort of the war you're joining.
These are thick organic plates.
I've heard small things here and there, nothing too in-depth, and I presume that's for the reason of we are not officially part of the Academy just yet.
Yes. Primarily that, and because they don't wish to overwhelm all of the new ones.
I see. Well, do not worry about it for now. I would prefer we keep our focus on the upcoming exam, and then after that, when everything is said and done, I can learn about everything else.
However, they are also resistant to many lower tier spells.
Yes.
If your magic is not strong enough, it
Quite a few things we can talk about.
plate armor, for instance, would be effective.
Also, I'm sure you've already learned of who Pearl is.
Some magics are more effective against them, and I will be
I had half a suspicion based off sight.
often more lightweight compared to any Torm
Then I heard their full name when they were introduced. Yes.
and expect that your enemy may be.
I wasn't aware that you were friends with the Paradox.
That said, they can crack under blunt force. They can crack very easily.
Not many, only her really. She's from a side family and we met at a party once. She was off by herself and I came over to keep her company. We started talking and she's very interested in learning about magic. So I showed off and then she showed off and then we became close friends soon after.
your mobility and avoid direct impacts from the chitin, as if you are fighting an insectious beast.
She's not like the other Pardoxes, as far as I can tell.
Maces, hammers, earth magic to disrupt them is useful.
Much more interested in just research than anything else.
Lightning and other such heat-based elements are very effective at weakening,
And very kind.
and that will make it more vulnerable to any form of damage. The next is often referred
I would say a good portion of the Pardoxes are the same.
plants, organic things that you would normally see around you. It is very rare that you will encounter this, but on the occasion that you do, it is important to be aware of it. These are often self-repairing. If you are not careful, they will regrow before you are capable of destroying them. You need to keep the
I think we should go speak to the, well, watch the class.
may or may not be resistant to certain magic types, depending on the mage that is creating them. You'll need to be aware of that.
I'm unsure what
Might
the
be
actual
good
topic
idea.
is.
I heard something about defenses and enemies and such while I was passing by. So, maybe just a general class, but it's always good to keep an eye out.
That is to say, fire, if it is organic in nature, will usually burn it quite well or weaken it. Purification, depending on the type, can destroy it or prevent it from repairing. And obviously, if it is organic in nature and in any way sentient, then something that affects it on a mental layer will be effective at disrupting it. Now, if you are fighting against it, as I stated, be aggressive. The armor may react to your actions, but if you space out the damage, then it may be harder for it to maintain repairing. If you strike at multiple locations repeatedly, then it will be subject to breaking fairly easily. As well, if you are fighting against it, attempt to
Oh my
use
God.
weapons that you know will be more effective against its elemental weakness, as I stated. Next, we will cover stone, earth armor, or very often, golem armor, as it is sometimes referred to in some countries. It is very often that you will fight golems in certain countries. These are often, or as expected, made out of various types of stone. Ordinarily, it will be either whatever was in the area when the golem was created, or brought in from another location in order to have specific property. Different types of stone are different in different manners. Obviously, I don't expect you to learn and recognize all of them, but if you intend to fight against them, it would be good to consider that as an option. These are incredibly durable and immune to most weaponry. If you are attempting to fight it, hammers and maces are your best bets. However, pickaxes are, of course, the most effective weapon. Granted, fighting with a pickaxe is rather difficult, and I don't expect you to do it. They are also resistant to elemental damage of almost all types. This is due to the nature of stone, being non-conductive, resistant to fire, and mostly resistant to water, air. It does not suffer any elemental weaknesses aside from other stone, or, of course, its opposing. If you can use water in a high pressure, then that is an exceptional way to get through it. But it will depend on the circumstance and the denseness of the armor. Oftentimes, it would be better to attack another location. That said, golems are often slow, predictable, easy to read in combat. They are ordinarily not very intelligent under most circumstances, and it would be easy to outmaneuver them. They are also weak in specific locations. Ordinarily, golems will have a core of some form. If you target that, then you will usually be able to destroy them without breaking through their armor, unless that portion is covered by armor, in which case you will need to remove it before you are capable of dealing proper damage. In the case of fighting a golem, do not attempt to override its defense unless you have a very specific method in order to do so. Protect others around you, and make sure to keep space. It will ordinarily take up a rather wide berth, and you'll want to be aware of that. Fight it using speed. water erosion or high pressure, disruption through magical means, runes, or, if at all possible, pickaxes or other precise power-striking weapons that you are capable of dealing a high impact to a single area or spot. Next, we have frost armor, ice armor. Ordinarily, this would be called frostbound in a few countries where I've heard it. This is armor, obviously, created using ice. It is very strong against most magic when it comes to, shall we say, reflection. For instance, light is not very effective against ice. That is due to the nature of the reflection of light, diluting its power. As well, it will absorb fire magic. However, of course, fire is effective at melting it, but you will need to understand that it is a combat of the elements. You'll need to whittle them down if you intend to use it against it. I would also recommend being careful using any form of metal against it. Depending on the ice mage, they may be capable of striking when you strike, freezing your weapon, either getting it stuck or hurting you in the process. It's weak to blunt force, loud vibration if you can create enough noise, and slippery terrain or something to trip it and cause it to shatter on impact. It is rather weak when it comes to blunt force, so try to use that if at all possible. As I stated, fire can be effective, but you need to sustain it. Do keep that in mind. If you are utilizing it, then try to freeze terrain or weapons should you keep that ability, and stay at an appropriate distance. If you are fighting against it, then use things that are capable of disrupting it as best you can. Fire to whittle it down, sand to weigh it, oil would be exceptional if you wish to make it burn for longer and dissolve it. And of course, terrain, if you can trip them. Next, we will be getting more into the monstrous part, with dragon armor. That is, wyverns, dragons, great lizards. This is something that you will occasionally see. In fact, some of our students even have bits of it. This is extraordinarily magic resistant, and you should be very careful when going against it. It is also extremely resistant to most cutting and blunt weapons. It is rare and expensive, very expensive, but powerful armor. However, while it is magic resistant, it is also weak to its opposing elemental damage in most cases. There are certain times where there will be a dragon that uses a specific element. You may use its opposite. And the same if you can identify the armor that someone is wearing, whether that be worn on their body or shield or any other means. The other good part about it is that it is heavy. If you are going against it, then you will often be able to outmaneuver your opponent, as it is difficult to move in. That is both due to the thickness of the hide as well as the weight of the scales. The vulnerabilities will of course depend on the beast that it was harvested from, so please keep that in mind. Or is still using it should you fight a live one. I know that is something you may occasionally encounter, so be aware. Maintain your distance and attempt to disallow it from dominating your area. Maneuver around it. If you can, exploit its elemental weakness. Use some form of anti-magic if you are capable. Well, I don't think anyone can do that, can they? Not here. They may encounter it against the cult in some circumstances, though. Let's hope not. And, of course, slow down and outlast them. As I stated, if you can outmaneuver them, then they will tire themselves out rather quickly. Dragons also typically don't have a huge amount of stamina, as with most hunting predators. Now, finally I will go over the types of leather. Leather is not a traditional armor, and I don't recommend you wearing it only as armor. Leather is for clothing. However, it can be useful in various means, as an additive to armor, or if you intend to wear leather clothing underneath your armor, or for straps and the like. There are various types of leather that are good at different things. Ordinarily, you will see tanned or boiled leather. Tanned leather is made from cured animal hide. This is flexible, lightweight, and not very strong. It's quick, quiet, and provides simple protection against cuts, although do not expect it to last very long. It's very easy to get a hold of, rather cheap, and easy to repair as well. Replacing sections of it is a rather simple matter. However, it is, of course, as with most leathers, weak to penetration and blunt damage. It is also weak to fire, or on the rare occasion, acid. Fire will weaken it, cause it to crumple, wither, and acid will dissolve it quite easily under many circumstances. If you're using it, try to stay mobile and don't get hit. Simply, that's all I can offer you for advice. If you are against it, pin them down, or just go in for aggressive attacks. Their armor will not hold up very well. There is also boiled leather. Boiled leather is a bit more rigid, firm. It does not bend as easily, and of course it deflects lighter blows rather easily by comparison to tanned leather. That said, even though it is light and cheap, it is light and cheap. It will become brittle and can crack after repeated usage. Do not expect more than a few hits against it before you lose it. That said, it is very good if you intend to use it against lightly armored spaces on your body. Next is studded leather. This is ordinarily made from tanned leather that has been reinforced with metal rivets or studs. This offers better protection without much of a weight increase at all, and is a good compromise between stealth and defense. That said, again, it is still weak to direct stabbing or crushing, and will break after a little bit more use, but still very little. It can also rattle slightly, depending on how well fitted it is, so be careful with that. If you're using it, again, be very mobile, hit and run. Use it for stealth primarily. If you are fighting against it, then just be very aggressive. Next is scaled leather, or beast hide. This is typically stuff that you will see either on most of the magical creatures that you will fight, or in many cases, merchants, mercenaries, and the like, who want a cheaper and more reliable form of armor that is still relatively decent. It is a lot more effective against most physical attacks and will last longer than any of the previous options. However, it also may resist certain elements depending on what the hide was taken from. Not everything will, and it is often a bit hard to distinguish what it originally came from. But if you can distinguish it, then you can use its opposing element to weaken it. It also is very easily enchanted by comparison to other armors. Again, because it ordinarily will have some form of elemental affinity that you can use. However, it is also heavier than normal leather, which, for the most part,
I'm sure those
outweighs
viewers
most
on
of
the
the
stream
benefits.
can't see my OVR that checks
It
my
is also
trackers.
a bit more expensive and a bit harder to find, especially if you want a specific type for a specific purpose. If you are wearing it, then attempt to use your elemental advantage over your opponents. Exploit their element against them if you are in opposition. This is useful if you intend to gear up against a specific target, and you wish for something a little extra to help protect you. That said, as with anything, use its opposing element against it as well. And that is all the various types of armor that you should face in the field. Next, Virtues will tell you, in some degree, about some of the monsters and the applications of the armor that I have listed.
Thank you, Professor Brom. as Professor Brahm has stated, many of these armors have different applications, and I would also like to point out that you can also make them here through training as well, and don't always have to purchase them. But that is besides the point. There are many magical creatures which you have heard from Brahm that many of these types of armors can be harvested or found from, or in most cases used from. If we are taking armor from a creature, it is because that armor is being used that in their natural daily lives. A basic understanding for most natural monsters is where most magical leather comes from. Giant boars, big monstrous creatures of such. Any natural animal that you see that's mostly bigger in giant scale has some magical properties, and thus their leather and hide will have some stronger capacity to this. Most creatures will not necessarily try to use it in a combative or tactical sense, unless they're an apex predator, of course. You're not gonna see a boar gonna dodge or your sword in the correct way unless it knows it's getting stabbed, nor you're gonna see that for most natural animals. They are simply most likely trying to protect their home in a territory.
How's Erin feeling today?
For some key examples. Where apex predators on their heads
We
will
nearly
likely
had a
use
tweak.
their armor in more natural
When the new
combative.
cavalry
They're aware
mentioned that
their
there's a being of
weaknesses
light
and they're
directly
aware of their
behind him.
disadvantages and will use that against them. Especially natural predators that are used to hunting other hunters. There are some species of different giant jaguar, some creatures who cloak themselves in illusion.
Sounds like
using their
Zula.
own capacities and natural
So
abilities.
he's
Some of them
not
going
doing too
slicer
hot.
at least. Others in quantities of larger apes with multiple arms, of white fur and giant claws. These kind of creatures are known for
Currently, he's
hunting
trying to get an appraisal
other
of all the new
civilizations and
students,
knows how to deal with us. They know how to deal
including
with
the
the sword,
Pardox,
the hammer, and the axe.
which they may be an
They will
issue. Depends on
try
how
to
much they know.
Your movements, try to avoid them. But it's a bit harder to simply strike an Euphorian nor combat in this way. In the most now, assuming you do not have the
I saw you
overwhelming
miss.
majority and can surround them, as is the best way, odds typically favor in this case, but let's go into the scenario that you're in a 1-to-1 situation. You're versing against an enemy who has a stronger hide than what you're striking and knows how to use it and how to correctly block against it. The correct way to, in order to do this is it does have a soft space. If you're versing against something that typically fights with this jaw and mouth, the inner sides are more weaker than the outsides, the mouth area. But I would not necessarily suggest this unless you're in a dire situation where it's on you and you're currently trying to maul you. As most smart enemies or monsters this large will typically keep their mouth closed and gnawing until the correct moment in order to snatch. Most of these creatures will typically walk on their hind legs, typically on all fours. Go for the joints in the back areas. Just like in all armors that we make, the joints have to be the weakness in order to bend and move at certain areas. This is the same for most monsters as well. Their joints have to be weak in order to properly evade and dodge attacks and directly strike people. And, because they're on all fours, more targets. But they will also try to know this and evade this, jumping and knowing out of the way. In this best scenario, I would suggest trying to use their surrounding area to trap them or evade them in a manner. They will have to be aware of their surroundings, and you will have to be aware of your surroundings. They will have to keep their eye on you, as you have to keep their eye on them. You'll have to use that to your advantage. There are also natural, for example, if you're versing let's say for a quite armored, scaled aquatic creature, Scales are very renowned for their strength and durability. But if they are aquatic creature, they must also have gills. These are these things' natural weaknesses as they need to breathe. Although I will mark that you have to go against the grain in this regard. Gills are made in order to close from one end and open to the side. So if you're reversing an area, you want to step up and inward, not slash downward and go with the grain. As most skills will be able to close up.
He does have new skills, actually.
But if you're able to get a good dagger inside, sword, etc.,
He's managed to improve his construct arms, one of the things that comes with his species. They're now stronger. Along with the fact he's increased his armor. Well, his shield has now been increased straight up into mage armor.
Moving on to a more common enemy that has already been struck against this school multiple times, of the Draconic era. As Ram has correctly pointed out,
the lasers. I made some new particles. Along with that,
vulnerable, and
they're getting stronger.
Applying to their
they have.
Weakness. If a dragon shoots
I'm
lightning
actually taking
you,
inspiration from Dark Eater Midir for this one, for how its lasers are, well, as they get stronger,
douse them with water. If they shoot
they're
poison
increasing
at
the
you,
force of
this
their
relates
impact.
To nature. In that case, fire would be effective, and so on and so forth. Ice is weak to fire, and
I showed it a bit earlier. What used to be his piercing shot is now focused more into explosion.
They can shoot you with their elemental breath weapons. Their
Heavy
fangs
impact
and claws
deletion.
are sharp like daggers and knife, and their teeth can gnaw
I
through
love
the
Dark Souls
thickest of
3.
armors. But dragons are also low stamina and quick to attack certain foes they deem the easiest to take down first. They also have a knack of flying away when things get too hard and coming back when their strength comes back. The wings are highly armored as well, but they do have weaknesses within the flaps. And if you're able to tear the flaps, creating a big enough holes, they will not be able to give enough lift. If they cannot have enough lift, they cannot escape when they're weakened. If they cannot escape when they're weakened, they will run out of stamina and run out of energy. It's also good to note that outer line of scales are mostly on the sides and upper. Their bellies are most the weakness. It's why a lot of dragons will typically lay low to the ground during those areas. But if you are able to get one up and more to strike at you, hitting their underlying bellies is the key way to go. But do be aware. They also gather their elemental breath and strength in this area. So if you strike incorrectly, especially if they're charging up a blast, you might release one directly on your face. So do keep that in mind. A good way to spot that is they will typically glow or have a hissing sound as they are slowly gathering up whatever thing they're about to spit at you. If you hear it, that's not the strike. If they just released it though, it's going to take them a good time to recharge and refill it. That's the best time to strike. I would recommend waiting until they strike with a breath attack, and that is the key time when you would go from in the neck, belly, and otherwise. Be careful about the tail. The tail can be cut off with enough force and enough damage. But it is also good to hit you as they are able to swing it back and forth as they're being attacked. So be aware of the smackback. Finally, if you do not have a sharp weapon and cannot aim things, blunt weapons are able to slowly crack, but more importantly, chip off the scales at a time. Just like lizards, draconic scales do eventually shed up and fall off, and with enough force, they can be able to part from their hides. But it is a considerable amount of force. It is not something that gets easy. And even if a few scales get knocked off, a dragon's hide is large and thick. So keep that in mind. if you're gonna hit them with the blunt diamonds, I suggest going for the face. The face is quite vulnerable to getting hacked to bludgeoning damage. As well as we all have a skull, we should all know that if you hit something really hard in the head, their brain's going to smash on the other side. And considering dragon souls are extremely thick, a well-bludgeoned hammer will have the opposite effect of what nature intended to it. Now, one primary thing I do definitely want to cover is, and why this is technically not a natural creature, is living armor. Both is a natural form in the form of trees and other things, but also its constructive form in the form of actual metallic armors. And this will also delve into golems as well, as considering which nations we will most likely be going through in the future, I find it paramount to at least know about this. Now, students have already been here, have already versed a quantity of very specific types of living armors, specifically the ones, if those remembers, the ones with the giant faces on their torsos. Living armors
Made of
in
iron.
that case, though, the ones that have fully metal, let's call them magical armors to put
Oh, does he?
distinguence to their natural cousins. All have a very
I admit,
specific
I know less about Dark Souls 2 than any of the others.
Every magical armor has something that they are drawing their main focus on. Maybe in Sigma, it might mean a rune deep inside them. It might be a core. It is something they draw their energy to as their main magical source. Now, the tricky thing is, this source can be placed from one place to another depending on the type you're going on. It might be in the head, it might be in the chest, it might be in the head. A good way to locate it, though, it is most likely some source that is growing with magical energy. Use the example of the previous foe. That one was in the
Ooh,
chest, and it's.
I'll have to look at that. Did I ever post Aaron's inspo sheet to my server?
Now,
I feel like I did, but I might have forgotten.
In order to strike them is in that precise section. After all, these are metal creatures that cannot feel and thus do not take a variety of magical attacks. I mean, they take a variety of magic attacks very well. Granted, except for their opposite. Every magic has an element, and therefore their magical thing that they draw from also has an element. You find that and deal to where they are, it will deal massive amounts of damage and hopefully dispel it. But a good stab, a good smash will also do the same trick. You can also smash it to complete bits as well, which will take more Elvis, but would also do the trick. These ones are made similar to golems and other forms of constructs. Natural armors on the opposite hand, while some of them do have components that have some suggestions that have made, there are a variety of living natural armors formed from trees and other living that are naturally spawning. I do not know the specific phenomena which creates these natural things. That is a better question and led to tree ends that try to keep their secrets. But what I do know is they do follow a similar concept, besides the fact that they all have a natural aspect to deal fire, but they also do have a magical source as well, that which you can be attacked and exploited. This one will typically be in their chest, unlike the others which can be placed somewhere else. However, there is a chance that it could also be placed in their head. It also depends. So, if you are facing a living one made out of wood, I suggest, and if you do not have fire about you, I suggest striking near the chest or the head. These ones as well do not feel the incoming attacks. They will block your attacks with their hands, and they will take your swords through their hands. I'm fucking stupid. they would take their forces through the hand in order to block them through their core because they do not feel it. That main area is the part that matters. So they shall take the oncoming forces and not feel mustangs. Granted, you destroy the whole body, it will do the same as destroying their core as with anything. But it will take a lot longer in order to do that. Golems have the same capacity as what I just said for the living armor, so I won't repeat myself. I will only state that golems are typically made by golemancers and controlled by a person. And if you typically take out the summoner, unless it was summoned by a seal, should also dispel or stop functioning. This is not always applicable. Some golems will just have a command and continue that command until they die or give it a new command. But there are a few variety of ones that are natural, elemental golems, comprising of that form of a complete form of one element, wind, fire, etc., etc. These ones are very hard to control and are like a force of nature. They will go across and do whatever that is. If it's a fire one, they will burn everything in the area because that's what they do. If they are a wind one, they shall shred and blow across the breeze, etc., etc. These ones necessarily are not always combative, they are just doing what their natural order things and can be quite rare. But in those instances, if you are forced to fight one, naturally go against the natural element. But a good thing to mind if you're doing this in order to collect resources, I would recommend of collecting and keeping their core intact for this one. The reason why is because, well, besides the fact that these specific forms are quite rare, these cores house the actual element inside and can be used for a variety of different resources in order to power different things with that element. But, having said that, in a life or death situation, and if you need to kill it by
There has been progress with Thermage.
Please always aim and go for
Technically, it's actually on his person.
All these ones naturally have
I need to
weakness,
actually
which
update the
is
model
their
with it.
opposite. But on the flip side, besides the golems, well, besides the stone ones, they are a lot more transparent and fluent in order they're passive. Shadow ones go through the darkness. Light ones go extremely fast. The wind can fly through the air. And the fire one is transparent flames. Having said all these ways of having to combat these different monsters, there is a way to go about this, which is if you are a life or death situation, carry your life. Some of these resources will be damaged and you might not be able to harm them, but always keep in mind that while there is a correct way to harvest and kill about it in order to collect all these resources like a hunter, it is better to keep your lives. But in the scenario that you do want to do that, in all of these examples, make sure you are not alone. Numbers will always be a great factor in all of these scenarios. In greater numbers, you have a higher chance. Alone, you are weaker. It is best to overwhelm any of these magical creatures with their senses. They will be most likely focusing on a one or two of them, and while that, the other ones can go about in doing these different methods in order to take them out properly. Now, while I'm not saying someone should be bait, I'm saying Centurion should be the shield. Or, and you don't have a Centurion, anyone else in that scenario. I say these things because most importantly is, while I have instructed you the scenarios of what you should do while you're 1-1, unless you are forced to, I suggest you don't, unless you absolutely have to. Unless you want me to pick up a little bit on what you said about the different elemental steels, I believe that's it. Understand.
Very well. With that, this class is finished. Thank you for those that attended. You're all dismissed.
Alright, you stretch, you got something to do.
My liege, are there any members of cavalry that you wish to see the abilities of in a duel, or in a fight of some kind?
I would say grab some of the new ones, but I have no particular interest.
I see.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the fight.
Alright.
But ones that I have not seen currently, of which I believe is any of the new ones.
Entirely rejuvenated.
Alright then.
I'm glad I decided to do that.
I'll go confirm. Oh.
Alright.
Consult with them then.
Back home,
I will
strap
be
the hand on my horse.
angry
and
with
I
someone
said,
soon-ish.
Are your horns actually that sharp? Gives me a couple of ideas.
It is certainly not as shaky as the sea.
I think your face were.
So you kind of like throw your hand
Should
on
do
it.
that.
It starts to get a little
Yeah.
rowdy.
But then again, they did go.
I would recommend
Sturmid. Thankfully, the beard, I think, went right between them.
That
is a very big
chainmail
for the void running or I could even say
will prevent most slashes.
Okay. Alright, that works. I was just curious.
Yeah, you good?
I have so many scars on my side. It's crazy.
I understand. It just had tears that came over. It's like, man, we have both. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have the knowledge of that. Over there, big green. I mean, hopefully, if they have armor, we'll reconsider.
When I was last here previously, there was no such statue. I don't recognize you. The paradox will be an issue. depends how much she knows about Estra. Depends on what she knows about Uriel. Ideally, nothing. How I'd like it to well, how I'd prefer it. Something starts to hit my performance the second I turn this direction.
Aaron,
Yes?
don't mind me, I'm using your shadow.
Is there something I can help you with?
Yes, I would actually like a conversation with you, Winter, and most likely Europa. The other two don't seem to be awake right now.
I'm unsure where Winter is. I was looking for him myself. Vidal's in front of me. Ah. Would you like me to gather them?
If you don't mind helping, we can meet in the Star Ritual room.
You want to meet there?
Yes.
All
It
right.
involves the stars.
Ah. Vidal. Vidal.
Yes.
Sir, I would like to request you, myself, and Winter into the ritual room, if you're not busy.
Oh, I'm perfectly free. Let's go. Speaking of which, actually, I do have a small question for you, but this is for a more private audience.
I see. Hello. Do you know where Winter is?
He was over there talking with Litchfield.
Medical supplies on me. So if there's
Hmm.
other people I don't know how well it would be helpful.
I haven't seen him in a minute. I just talked to him not even a minute ago. Oh, no, he's over there.
Would be good.
Good.
He was hidden behind a Europa. Why?
I've been requested to gather them.
Oh, for what?
I'm not sure yet. Simply something from
Well, we are
Sayori.
mindful the void is hurting him a lot, but he's over there.
I can catch up with you after. Sounds like this is an immediate thing.
Oh, of course. No, it's fine. Just saying hi. If you want to talk later, we can.
Excuse me, sorry to leave so abruptly. I have to take care of something.
Greetings, students. This is Professor Chanson. I will have all Centurions to the arena, as well as first-year Valkyries. Thank you.
Of course, yes. Pearl, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pleasure. Hi.
I see.
Happens to be
You can
meeting
call
with...
him Snowflake if he does anything dumb. It's all in good fun, you know that.
I will not be calling anyone anything without permission, so do not worry about that.
I mean, hey, fair enough. There's no shame in a little friendly competition, you know. At least we'll rile it up while the stuff is new.
I suppose so, although I'm doing my best to stay on everyone's...
I wonder what this is about. I do not know which one.
This one is empty, so I think we might just be here first.
Yes. I left before Sayori was gathering winter.
I see. The void also seems to be very angered today.
It wasn't that area.
In regards to what I was going to ask you, it would also apply to winter, but I've been getting a close look at if the void can be kind to me. I've been getting a close look at the auras of the other students that have been recently coming in, and a lot of them seem to be a little bit concerning. I'm not sure what to make of them.
I've been looking at them as well. There's new things that we haven't seen before, or at least I haven't.
Such as static, different colored strings.
And far more with some sort of haze and hands.
Right.
You three, follow me into the room if you don't mind.
What is the context of this meeting, if I'm allowed to ask?
It's about the stars.
I see.
First off, for the people who haven't been in here yet, this is the new star heralding room.
The fuck?
Oh.
Void, apologies,
No,
did you
you're
leave something active in the ritual room, Sayori?
I'm not seeing it. What does it look like?
Well, it's gone now, but it was a broken symbol with, I think, chains on it. Like, cracked down the
What?
center.
Interesting.
I saw no such thing.
Oh, I walked in the room first, and then when I started looking at it, it disappeared.
How large was it?
Like, it covered up the star thing at the top.
I'm watching people change model and load behind
It
me.
might just be a little weird right now. So, normally I would have also wanted Silas and Valen to also be here. But seeing as most of us have some kind of interest with the stars, I would actually like to talk to you all about it.
Right.
Of course.
The first thing is, I will admit, as of right now, you, all three of you have your charms and are able to see auras, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Unlike you three, I do not need a charm to do that.
Right.
What?
I do not need a charm to see your auras, or anyone's auras.
Was that always
So
the
I-
case? And you are just now telling us, or is this a new development?
It's a new development on my part, to be fair. I'm still trying to train on it. The second thing is... Go on.
No, continue. Apologies.
The second thing I would like to also start doing between all of us is sharing information that we are gathering here. I know we all have separate paths, but the more information we can converse together, the better it will be for all of us. Which leads to my third thing. I have spoken with Destiny about this, and I think she is also in agreement. I would like to develop a specialized squad between all of us to handle charms and anything that is star related.
I'll be delighted to assist.
what would this entail?
This would entail of investigating charms, trying to find locations and securing them before they fall into the wrong hands.
I know of one's location right now. We haven't had the chance to go get it in Ontario.
I can probably help out.
Something called the Mists of Valor. It was told to me quite a while ago by Raiko. Originally, it was planning to develop a team to actually go there, but that fell to the wayside so that we could focus on Neptune and actually Yisrael.
That issue. No, there's actually an issue with that charm. The territory it falls into is Flinnis territory. There is a lot of things going wrong in that territory right now. And it's highly dangerous.
Not exactly like the three of us are, actually all four of us are strangers to going somewhere highly dangerous.
I'm sure with the right preparation, we could at least get information regarding the place first.
I'm unfamiliar with it. Any of the deeper areas of Ontario.
As well as I was going to recommend Silas and Valen for the squad as well. Valen being a... how do you word it? Compass, I do believe.
Bearer of the...
I believe the word Mentos used was guide.
Or guide.
But at least internally, I do believe we've been calling them compasses. At least
It's
for...
an accurate enough descriptor.
They locate them.
And Silas has been also very heavily connected to the stars since he's been gone. Plus, it would also might be helpful to have Jin's people on our side.
If we're gonna share information about Silas, can I actually bring up something?
Sure.
So, have we all seen Silas's aura, yeah?
Yes.
We've all seen the hand on his shoulder?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yes.
So I met who that hand belongs to. Yes. So, back during Neptune, right, when, everything happened, it got brought to my attention of the thing that kind of was with me before, all of my hands summoned. Void. Then, Pyros last week, and Dahlia mentioned seeing a figure of darkness.
Xylia.
Especially now this week as well, one of the new porcelains also mentioned a figure of pure darkness behind me.
Aerith. Yes.
Yeah, I believe, yes, if that's the name.
What was that?
So, what was what?
Did you not hear the ticking of a clock behind us?
Time?
Ion, is that you?
Is that Time's name?
Yes, Ion.
It's not time.
Not time. I see. Well, I made a shot in the dark.
Victor, I kindly ask you to leave if you don't mind.
Is there a lock on this door, perhaps?
Let me double check.
Alright. Was I the only one that heard that?
I didn't hear anything.
Functional at the moment.
I see.
But, right. So, I'm gonna make sure I can. So I made a shot in the dark. Void. And I made an offering directed at whoever helped me. During that night, I had a dream in a place I could only describe as the void. It was completely dark, the dark. And there was this 15-foot tallish entity with cracked hold hands doing some kind of abyssal sign language at me. It felt nice being around them. I felt safe in their company, but afterwards, I woke up, and that was that. But they had the same cracked hold hand that is on Silas's shoulder.
You mentioned that Romaine and I believe the other woman's name was Xylia mentioned a figure behind you.
Yes.
The reason
They did not
I wanted to
describe
speak.
it, unlike Aerith, but the lack of a descriptor makes me believe it was the same entity.
The reason I had wanted to speak to that new cavalry in private was because they made an offhand comment of something standing behind me.
Yes, they also made the same comment about Winter.
Do you think this can relate to what happened in Neptune earlier?
It's quite possible.
Additionally, we're now starting to see, at least with the new students coming in, those able to see at least portions of auras without charms.
I've never heard of such a thing.
I asked for a description from Romaine, and they were able to describe some parts of my aura. They do not know what a world charm is.
Are world charms just holding the magic that they might have?
It's also evident to me, based on their aura, they have some connection to sacrifice. What connection, I am unsure of. I haven't actually asked sacrifice. But they seem to have his mist around them.
Is that what that is?
I do apologize. What was the question?
I don't believe there was a question.
It was more idle chatter. Theorizing.
If we're talking about the auras, I can at least confirmly say that my ability to see auras is a birthright. Is what I've been told.
Right.
It's just strange that it only started showing up now, of all times.
Is that not the birthright that was mentioned to you by Menagerie?
It might have been. Though, if we're also being very openly right now, I did pass Sarah's trial.
What?
Yes. So that does make me the pupil of Destiny. I am the pupil of Sarah, Destiny, Time, and of course the Moon, Kristen.
I see.
Though I will also mention that with Sarah's trial, even though I have completed, the objective of it is not fully done yet. And I will say this openly, because I trust you three to not bring this out of this group. I am going to unlock the door in Zirin.
The door in Zirin?
Yes.
Do you have an idea of anything beyond that door? What it relates to?
No, I do not.
It might be possible for us to get a peek at it, but I've been heavily advised against us opening those doors and locking them.
Are you sure it would be a good idea now?
Actually, this
I've been
does...
told at least by a ruler it is quite alright to unlock them, and it's just forcing them open is a different story.
This also does give more weight to the idea that there is one of these doors under
As far as I'm aware, they need
every
to
nation.
open on their own time. They will open when they are ready. If we force them open, it might cause irreparable damage to the landile.
I will say that it's not being forced open because...
I know, I'm saying you said unlocking, not opening.
Yes. I'm requiring the missing pieces to the key.
Well, I still need to go to Atlantis, so...
Also, Winter, you might want to check your comm.
Check my what?
Your comms.
Ooh, I forgot about those.
This does give more weight to the idea that there is one of these doors under every nation.
You think our trolls would be able to see them?
Possibly, except I don't think any of us with charms have gotten close enough to one.
I've been able to see into the untapped mana veins of Neptune and Ontario, even if only for a short moment. I've noticed a lot in Ontario, but I don't think I was in the right area to notice a door.
I do know that Nako knows at least of the Serenity door and when to open it.
Yes, I had previously talked to them about it. Destiny had given them some sort of riddle, which we think relates to that actual door's location. Actually finding it will be a far different story. If I recall something about what the riddle said, the actual words escape me, but it seems that it's more hidden in plain sight than anything else. Which, if it's been missed by every single person for over a millennium, it'll be very hard to spot.
It seems like more so a thing that you need to have the right mindset in order to see. Not only
Or the right tools.
a couple set of individuals can access. Right. Like how only we can see certain things that others cannot. It might be that those people just haven't found it yet.
I know the one in Phoenix Drop was unlocked by me, but I don't know where the location is.
How is that possible?
I unlocked the one in Phoenix during my Destiny trial. The door was filled with red strings, and I cut the red strings in Destiny's realm, which opened the door.
That actually recalls another thing. There is something I'd like to add to what we do in addition to any of the charms. Lichtfield showed me something. He found some sort of stained glass. He said upon him touching it, it nearly blew him across the room, filled the air with gold. I asked him to show it to me, and when I placed a hand on it, I was inside Destiny's realm, It looked like it was a shard of a piece, and I think we need to find the others.
They might have been the same as the windows in Menagerie's domain. At least when I went there for my trial, the entire place was covered in them. Glimpses into different areas that I've even never seen before. It might be a part of one of those windows.
Excuse me, Wolfio. Could I do something real quickly?
You may.
Depends.
Shouldn't harm anyone besides me.
Off to a great start.
Where is this going?
Well, I guess let's first see what happens when I say it out loud. Forgotten Court.
Aha! Aha! That's what I saw! That is what I saw!
Is that a sigil? Hold on. What were the words you said again?
The Forgotten Court.
Forgotten Court? There's an entirely different court of stars that we haven't been looking at?
Sargasha mentioned them to me.
Is this related to that one star I got told about? Wait. Do you think this will relate to the vision I saw in Dream's trial now?
Possibly. I've noticed every time I say the name, I get a headache. And when looking at that and saying it in my head, I also got a headache. So I figured, well, what would happen if I say it out loud? And what do you know?
To be honest, I've also experienced the same headache in my book.
I said it in my head and I heard some sounds. They were the same sounds I heard in what I assume is the void.
It looked like a circle with like a crack through. I remember there being...
in your book, your hand burns as it just dissipates when you're trying to put the sigil down.
Okay. Maybe not. Doesn't make me remembered. I suppose that makes sense.
Hey, Legacy, can you help them write in the book? That's not Legacy.
Is somebody speaking to you?
It's the same noise I heard in the void. Are you the one speaking with me right now? I can't understand you, but you seem to understand me quite fine.
Oh,
Omni.
this help.
Omni. You there?
Are we allowed to call upon the stars?
As long as they're your pupil of them.
Any idea?
In what regard?
Well, I'll go back to that in a moment. About what the hell that was.
I can't tell you.
What again?
Let me
Fair
very
enough,
if you
but at
don't
least
mind.
if you know about it.
Could you help them write the sigil in their book, like you'd helped me?
No.
That'd be putting me on death's row. No.
Fuck. And if they try to write it on their own, would they die?
They get another hit mark.
Hit mark?
Hit list.
So I'm assuming
Have you seen
they
them?
really don't want anything known about this.
Right. I only recently noticed those.
You're never supposed to see
You want to
them.
know what they look like? Use your charm and look at my back.
I'm assuming I've done something that they never expected, or at least didn't expect to happen.
Never supposed to happen. No.
It's an area they're targeting.
I see. So this entire domain is meant to be knocked away.
It's meant to be forgotten.
They're adding more to it by the day. I wouldn't be surprised.
More to it.
Are they the ones that went against fate?
Stars have been going missing. Denounced their title, their throne. Their domain is this. They're gone.
Using a
using a shared collective title to at least exist in some capacity.
I couldn't tell you. I only know as much as I do.
Sounds like they were dissenters.
So let's say...
Could be.
Let's say you were to Dr. Rest. They only know limited... They only know one...
What is the only entity we've ever heard with a penchant for injuring and hurting stars?
Then they lock them up instead of killing them.
New judge, new jury.
New judge and jury.
What is that?
Do you mind if I try asking Destiny?
Go right ahead. Thank you, Legacy.
Thank you, Legacy.
Good luck to you.
Mom, if you don't mind coming down here for a few questions. Apparently they need a minute here.
You know, as much as it's not really fun getting a splitting headache, it is good to be able to reference it as, the same cause.
Are you in pain right now?
Oh, I'm in a lot of pain right now.
Oh, hi, Mom.
Hello, dear. What can I do you for?
What can you tell us about this court, if you don't mind? Did you hear my question?
Yes, I'm asking what specifically do you want about it?
First off, what exactly is that court?
Stars who no longer in their throne, no longer in their domain,
They can be separate?
removed from the Vandiles.
Were they lost willingly, or were they ripped from them?
I couldn't tell you.
Up until this point, I assumed that domain and stars are one and the same.
I've been told that if a domain is killed, the stars as well.
You might want to speak up a little louder.
I was whispering. Apologies.
Yeah, you were quite hard to hear.
I'm sure you've heard about the star that woke up, quote unquote.
Retaliation.
Yes. There are cases like that where stars are inactive. They're still in their domain, still on their throne, but not taking a forefront. There's also stars who do not come back, so to say.
What happens to a domain if there was no one on its throne?
Either another star watches over it, or it's left unsupervised.
What if somebody else takes it over? Is that
That
even
means they're
possible?
doubling both domains. Their own and another. So most have been kept vacant.
What does it
Question for
mean
you,
for them to be
Destiny.
vacant?
You go first, Ernest. Answer his question. I can wait.
What does it actually mean for them to be vacant? What impact does that actually have on the world?
That means that whatever that domain is controlling is missing. In that factor of it's unrestrained, allowed to do as it pleases without limitations, consequences, or vice versa.
It's the same
Domain left
concept.
Checked.
The same as the rulers.
Think of it like this. If there was a star of... Actually, let's say rest. Let's take rest for an example, and they were put into Forgotten. That means there's nobody controlling the nightmares or the dreams, or giving people hope in the Vandiles. It'd be uncontrolled. Nobody to stop it, nobody to slow it down.
Enough to run rampant in whatever way it will.
Yes.
The stars are more restraints over their domains.
So, Destiny, What does this mean of a new judge and jury?
I can only say of one star I can confirm that went willingly.
Hmm.
They made a choice. And I can't speak much more on that else.
Can we at least have the name of the star?
No.
When you say they went willingly, do you mean that they willingly left their domain?
Yes. They gave up their title for another.
They can receive another title?
Not exactly. Think of it like giving up your own freedom.
So, of Unity and Forgotten, are they also part of this Forgotten Court?
No.
Giving up their own freedom.
And what are they if they're not this?
After you were the one to tell me.
Hitmark.
Get out.
Hitmark, like what, us?
My sibling wishes them to die. I'm keeping them on life support. I'm making the statement that their domains can still exist. But as each day more and more wars come and go, less I lose more points in our little game of...
I mean, admittedly, Bermuda coming back must be a pretty big win for Unity.
It's a point for me, which I do thank you for. But the more I lose the game, the less room I can give. The more wars there are, the less unity exists.
What's this game you speak of? Is that what I heard?
They're asking of your game with Fate.
We have set rules. We used to have a game master. Not anymore. Now it is just Faye and I keeping the rules in check, by our standards. Namely which, we have set people in the Vandiles that we wager certain points upon, certain events of theirs. They can choose to succeed, or they can choose to fail. And depending on their actions, depends on if I get a point or if Fate gets a point.
Like Zoe.
Yes.
Taking an assumption here, I already...
The is getting strong.
Floyd, I'm already pretty sure of it based on what we saw, but I have to assume Bermuda's condition was due to Fate, yes?
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Chain reaction, but just giving them focus. They were blinded to what they were doing. All they knew was to fight and flight.
I see. So what exactly was this? I'm realizing that the fucking ceiling's getting really strung up.
Oh my... Stop. Is this something that happens the longer you're here with us?
It gives me more influence.
I see. Right. But... So then... Why was the symbol of that court appeared when I walked into the room?
Considering your attachments, I wouldn't be surprised.
Attachments?
My
If you
daughter
could
made a
elaborate.
mistake. She thought she was being helpful when she wasn't.
Who made a mistake?
Which is why some of your memories are gone. My daughter made a mistake.
Yes, I'm aware of
She was
that.
helping you. She thought she was helping you.
Right.
It was technically against the rules. So things had to be done to fix it. It was either you forgot or you died. You're luckier than some peoples of others I know.
What
So
of...
that memory loss is due to us doing something
What of
that
the
wasn't allowed.
star with a hole in the hand?
I can't answer about that person. That entity is different spectrum.
Different spectrum, so they're not part of this court?
A different court.
I can't answer further on that entity.
May I ask how many different courts there are, and if we're allowed to know the court name?
There are many accords. It depends on what you're meaning. There's the Destiny Aligned, which is with me. The Fate Aligned. However, those are more subsections of them alongside neutrality. There's technically the Academics Court, knowledge and scholars. Anything with information, historia, all you like. That goes into that court. There's also the self-proclaimed one of whimsical court. But there's spectrums of them.
Not of subsections, but of general categories of court. How many are there?
I couldn't really give you an answer.
Right.
It's not one mortals are meant to know after all.
Yet here we are,
You
knowing.
should be. Yes.
Is there a reason we're allowed to know some?
The more you know, the more marks you get onto your body. The more you're more likely to die.
Void.
Well, Viraj, they were asking if there's a certain reason why we're allowed to know.
We're allowed to know now. I mean,
A
because it
second
seems
chance,
like
if
this
you will.
information was something we would have gotten killed for earlier. Hence
So,
why I said-
Second chance for who?
Many things. Not just mortals.
So, you mentioned there are things mortals are not meant to know. Are you in agreement that there are some things that we should not know?
Not for the fact I don't wish you to. More because I like you to live.
Is there anything that this information would grant us if we were to pursue it?
You'd be getting more into the crossfire. But you could also do some healing in the process. Give and take, if you will.
As if I'm not already by far marked for death.
I think we all.
Considering the help you got,
I'm not.
you have more likely chance to survive.
Fate doesn't want me
Speaking
dead.
of, I have a selfish question. Since I was going on campus for a while, do they have their strings on me again?
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly onto you yet. At least not into your veins.
Waiting, trying to get onto me is what you're saying.
Yes.
Anything I can help myself with to prevent them, or?
Without shears like mine, no. Not really.
Well, either way, your shears aren't exactly the most preferable option at the moment, considering I do not exactly feel inclined to sever my connection to my stars.
Well, you don't have to cut all the strings. You can be
As far as I was aware, you had to cut all of them.
I can make special leeway. If my sibling can lie, so can I. I just need to have an excuse to make the leeway.
Later chat, but... Wow, it's getting really hard to look up. I don't want to keep asking other questions. If you others have any quandaries.
During my oath, I was able to see the stars that were hidden.
That's not a surprise. What about it?
There were two I didn't recognize.
Mm-hmm.
One in full set of armor, and on their shoulder, some small, I want to say grayish looking woman with pink highlights.
Did you know?
I saw them, but they disappeared. Along with one more,
No surprise.
just directly behind you. Large and covered in static.
Being a pure dark.
That one. Who were they?
I can't say exactly, but my daughter was correct in collecting one of the individuals for your little collective here. He has more answers than I could give. If I give too much, I give fate room to give you more.
Wait, for our collective. He? Like, any of us here or the other two that aren't?
The other two who aren't, one of them has the answer for that.
Is it one of them?
I see.
So in other words, it would be either Valen or Silas.
One of them has answers.
No, I'm not surprised that you were able to see them. Given what I know, but also a factor of their attempt for you. It's a give and take.
You going to elaborate on any of that?
If I do, I'm giving fate more room. Depends on the poison you wish to take.
I do remember
choice.
seeing unknown individuals during...
One of the pinky and a rabbit. What can you say freely about that?
I've said what their purpose was before in this conversation.
Game master.
The one dancing with the one in green?
The game master. Other game.
What did you say?
Oh, apologies if I'm overstepping.
Do tell.
Recently, I've taken the trial of sleep and rest, and I was tasked with going through the dreams of several individuals, detailing whether or not they were nightmares or dreams. One of them, the final one, I saw a pair of individuals, one with rabbit ears, as I remember. They fit the description of what you were all talking about. I didn't know if they were the same. They were dancing with somebody else. I concluded that it was a bittersweet dream, which I was labeled as correct. But I do not know a lot of information on them. All I know is that they are going through a nightmare.
Good. Thank you for that, then.
Query then about this game master.
Careful about that. Careful about your wording. But what?
Query about this pink star. Why do I have that mark on the base of my neck?
If you want me to tell you the answer, you're getting a
Not
lot worse than the rare factor. So it's your choice.
They're getting worse by me asking?
Not exactly. You're just giving my sibling more room to play with you.
I'm not going to ask anything if it gives fate more leeway. That's why I'm only saying if you wish to answer. What I can
I
hear.
would love to. I'm just not allowed. For your safety more than anything.
Again, as if they don't already want me dead to the highest caliber.
There's a fate worse for you than death.
I'm sure there is, but I'm not going to let them. They've tried for this many years. I don't plan on letting them succeed anytime soon.
Europa had a question for you.
Yes.
What if somebody else would ask the question instead?
Same factor. You're giving fate more room to play.
For all of us, or just for that who asked? I see.
That's the case. I want this to end.
Does this conversation give Fate any more leeway already? Or have we danced around them?
I've chosen my wording carefully.
Alright.
That's
Then
why I
we're
dissuade
safe
them from certain wording so they can't hear you while you're in here. With that veil out, as long as you don't say certain wording. Or say... Or if you get too loud.
Then I don't think we have any other questions.
I have one more, but this is just a curiosity question more than anything.
Yes.
Do you and my sister approve of the group that I've gathered?
Very smart choices. Though,
At all.
I definitely do suggest one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I do give good luck to the new students of yours. A few of them used to be watched and guided by that court. I hope they make it through.
You can see as soon as they enter the first star heritage I give them.
There are certain mixes I would suggest you to put them with, but I'll let that be your choice.
When their name
we
was
should also
said,
prob-
a symbol appeared. If you know their name, can they even be summoned?
A secret between you and me.
Don't touch me.
I am not going to. You only let one thread touch you. I respect that. I respect your choices. But if I can keep one thing between you, all of you and me, there is a phrase. There's a bypass key. There's more than one phrase to say to summon us, stars and aspects.
Are you
There's ways of
referring to
summoning them without attention on you?
Are you referring to the ones I know in my book?
Mm-hmm. There's more phrases to summon us.
And they all can be found in that.
The only problem is, it needs translation. She's not even halfway done with it. And I can't help.
Would we all pitch in together to help translate it?
Unfortunately, that's not possible because of a contract I had to make for the book.
Contract?
Demon contract.
What contract did you make?
Half the book was located in Teria. The other half was located in Wyvern. The part in the Wyvern was located in their Scarce city. For me to even attempt to get the other half of the book, I had to make a deal with Aura and the Wyverian ruler.
Yeah.
To even adjust this contract, not only do I need approval from myself, but I also need to get approval from CEO, as well as Aura and the Wyverian ruler.
I'm surprised you need Aura's authority, but the rest of that...
Aura's the middleman for Wyverian.
I mean... How do I say? We have been told directly that us doing this could provide some good for the world and fix some mistakes. Alongside, Just so happens the three of us, I think, have some pretty good international goodwill right now. Possibly could we leverage this for a amendment of this contract?
I've tried earlier.
Ugh.
Unfortunately, Aura is not budging.
So Aura's the one who doesn't want any particular reason.
Because they find the book dangerous.
Its influence or what's contained inside?
What's contained inside? As you look around the star room right now, each and every single thing, except for, say, the couches, was meticulously made using this book. As soon as you do your first star heraldry session, the connection with whatever star you summon is actually going to be stronger than before. For example, if I actually put my mana into the book...
Suki, chorus, it's time for the fight.
No, for some reason it's not wanting to go to the correct one.
Would it be possible to get all of us to speak with Aura? Not exactly like we'd be any more in danger by doing. We're all pretty equally fucked in terms of danger.
I could attempt to bring her into a conversation, but she's probably not going to be happy about it.
Probably not, but you would have to do this regardless if we want amendment.
Yes.
When you say translate it, before we go through any of this effort, what language is it actually in?
The language of the stars.
The language of the stars?
I did ask the princess about learning that a while ago. Guess that seems to be prevalent again.
Is this an ancient practice?
It is only a language known to the stars from my understanding.
It is the stars' language.
It's their personal language. I asked Abyss about it a while ago, and they offered a willingness to teach me because I want to communicate with my charm better. I'm going to have to assume that if we want to actually use that properly, we'd need to, well, meticulously attempt, either need to meticulously attempt to translate it or learn the language of the stars.
Yes.
Right.
How hard would it be to potentially gain approval to learn this language?
I'd say there's no point to actually trying to amend this contract if none of us can even help.
It's very difficult.
You do not know the language.
Even Mom put it. I've only barely translated half of it.
Still, I would argue that all of us, Void, I still think all of us would be able to help in some capacity. At least, I would argue me and Europa would have the best shot at helping you translate this. Speaking of, actually, not exactly the same, but earlier,
Just give him a moment. Are you with us again?
oh my, By the void. Anyway. We're good? We're good. Not exactly the same, but Elwyn gave me an offer. He found a scroll that had the language of Lunareth, I believe, on it.
Yes, he showed me that as well.
He was asking if I'd like to try and learn the language. I told him I'd give it a shot if I have the time, but it seems I have a lot more languages on my plate right now.
Do I tell them?
Try to learn things faster if we work together. No.
Do I tell them about this?
I do think if we all work together on this, we have... Actually, I might need to consult some knowledge in a moment.
So,
They're done.
I do have... Thank you. So, one thing I can show you, without actually using the actual book itself, is go and pull out a couple pieces of paper, and there's going to be constellations on them.
Hey, give me a moment.
From my understanding of these constellations, this is Insanity's trickery and Saracen truths.
Do I have permission to write these down in my book?
Yes, these are fine.
Constellations. Are they not, then, they're not stars then, they're groups of stars.
That's what
If they're constellations.
Those two definitely look a fair bit similar.
Yes. The two that look similar are Saracen truths.
Which they are both blessed and siblings.
Thank you for showing these to us.
That I can only show because it does not break the contract.
What do these constellations represent? Or is it in itself a form of the language?
It's not in the form of the language, but it does show the how they look as the actual stars. Understanding.
Could you do me a quick favor? Not the book itself, but if you could show me a piece of writing in the star language.
She'll pick up a small note.
Am I allowed to jot this down? May I?
Mind you, it's just only 3 letters.
While you're trying to write down the language, Europa, when you're reading it, it's just wobbling and distorting your entire vision. Like, you feel like you're going to faint level of...
I at least know I've never seen that before.
I think you're
Not like any language I've ever seen.
My eyes were burning, but it was definitely trying to understand it with this mask on.
Your eyes were burning.
A little bit.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I should probably sit down.
Still, we're not gonna get anywhere if we don't actually speak with Aura about this. It's all pointless if we don't get a permission.
It's still pointless, as Aaron points out, if no one else can read it.
I mean,
you would all need to learn it.
Read it to translate it.
It sounds like something you both would pursue in your own time anyway. So, personally, instead of focusing on amending a contract for something that's not possible yet, focus on learning it first.
Well,
We could potentially
yeah.
try to build a tolerance to it.
What again?
We could potentially try to build a tolerance to it.
Potentially. So,
Hey,
question.
just want to double check something.
Hi. What?
I've literally had no reaction to any of this, have I?
Question for you, sorry.
No, I didn't even notice if you were
What does this
trying to read it.
contract limit you
I just
Oh, I
assumed you were
was.
letting them try first.
No, it was pointed toward me, so I read it.
Details of the contract.
So, similar to Europa,
in the
it is a
specification,
factor
what does it stop
of
you from doing?
nausea. It's just distorting your vision, trying more and more to read it.
With the
But
specifications
let
of
me
the
make sure. Yeah,
contract,
Chibi is
forbids
deafened.
me
Okay.
from giving anyone else the book,
While you're trying to read it, it's that
as long as
wobbling
you have a
nausea,
person read
but
it.
you also feel an underlying
Once the
sting
translation has
in your
been done,
pupils. Not your eyes, just the
half of
actual
the
like
book
pupil
that was
part of your
for
eye.
variants will
It
be
seems
sent
like
back to
whatever's
librarians
trying to
with the
connect,
other-
something is
a
blocking you from
copy
trying to
of the
connect with
other
it.
half of the book,
Hmm.
translate it, and then put it in a secure
Okay.
location
I'm
that
gonna fuck
only the
myself. I already
owner
said I don't really recognize
will
it.
have access to.
I didn't know that
Same
you
thing
didn't.
goes for
I
the
thought you saw I was trying to read it.
No. I just thought you were
Well,
stanced up.
much as I agree
If you
that
want to say
learning the
try to
style
read it
language
again, see if you
beforehand would
do,
be
but it's
better,
up
I
to
don't
you.
believe we're going to have that kind of time on our hands.
I'll try and find a way to fit it in.
The easiest way to help and learn would be doing that now rather than. And getting it back from 2 rulers is going to be a lot harder than amending a contract.
If anything, I would say, because I personally get a copy of the book at the end.
You get a copy, but again, the longer the translate, the more time it will take to actually discern all of this.
Yes. As I see it, I think the main focus is let me translate the book. Why everyone else tries to get the charms and dollar pieces that we need.
But how does getting other charm pieces help with this in particular?
Factor in at all. Whilst I do agree that it is important, why are they connected?
What was your
Do you
question
want the
about
sigil? You trying to complete the sigil? The fate sigil.
The sigil would help immensely. That would fully prevent fate from coming into this room.
Hmm.
Here's another question, though, regarding the sigil itself. From every instance that we've ever had of those symbols being given out, those are all very specific circumstances that are unique to the person, but we don't even know who's on that sigil to begin with.
They all have
to
to
know what
qualify
to
for
do?
some quote-unquote meaning.
I do. Yes. They need a purpose for it. No, I do believe your other question was about the charms, correct?
Yes.
Hmm. The issue is I'm a little stuck on this right now. Clearly, we all have some connection to that court. And being able to call upon them would be quite preferable. The issue is... that's the bottleneck, right?
I do remember Menage, I think, telling me the names of one of them.
So, to answer your question about the charms, the reason we need them is for a couple of different reasons. The first one is that they all serve as I just put a waypoint.
each charm will act different from each other. For example, Aaron's charm acts different from your charm.
Right.
The second thing is better to safeguard them, because with them being out in the wild, that means fate can obtain them. And we don't want that.
They're powerful tools, and we do not want them falling. At minimum, even if we can't utilize them, we don't want the other side of being able to utilize them either.
So it's essentially us trying to get it before they can.
Game of keep away.
I see.
Yes, and we would lose more freedom if we don't gather them.
And it's more than likely, it's not that they want them in order to use it. They want them in order to break it, so that no one has the ability to use them whatsoever.
Yes. The reason they can also have issues finding them is because they're in the same boat as us, where they don't really know where they're at.
Except the two related to finding the world charms, Truth and Menagerie, are also not on their side.
Okay. Before, we all will be able to, we will all end up becoming teams to go collect these, but we all should have something we're working on. If we can't help you with the book for the current time being, we all need to be working on something else. Conquer and divide. Sorry, do you have any
attempt to learn the language.
What again?
I could potentially take this time to try to learn and read the language without experiencing any adverse side effects.
The star language is something I've been interested in learning, but I've been putting it off as my other studies. But it seems a bit more pressing now to learn it than it was before. It was a nicety before, it seems a bit more of a necessity now.
Especially now.
However, we all have a field of expertise. Meaning, as much as I would love to let's say, learn it, if you're going to do it, I should also probably focus on learning other things. We can all reconvene and we can all teach each other what we've learned after the fact.
Goes without saying.
I was mentioning, Sayori, about Elwyn potentially giving me a scroll to learn the language of Lunareth. Would that prove of any import to use in our current predicament?
It might in the future, but as of now, no.
Low priority.
Potentially gaining information on the rest of the sigil, maybe?
One thing I do think is also going to be useful is finding the rest of that stained glass, or whatever it was that Lichtfield found.
Is that what he wanted to speak with me about?
Possibly. I gave it back to him. I gave it back to him and told him to keep it safe and hidden. Just touching it, I was able to look into Destiny's realm. It's a piece of a larger whole. Could you imagine what it could do if completed?
Sounds like it could transport you, in a way. As if it's
It could be
a door
useful,
itself.
though, is the thing. It could prove very
Except I majorly want it for the same reason that Threads doesn't want us to have any of the charms. I just do not want them to have it.
Yes, again, it's a big game of keep away. Trying to keep all of the potential aces up our sleeve away from them. The issue is they've had way more time than us. They've been doing this longer. But we have more information, presumably.
The other thing, when it comes to the other court that we just recently learned about, if I'm not mistaken, there are some very beneficial stars that we would need to pull out of there.
The question is, how do we pull them out of there?
I do remember Menagerie having a conversation with me regarding this. It was back in my tribe. I used my charm. I used my charm whilst looking at the rest of my charm.
I'm not actually sure what I can even provide here.
Would look to be Endaria as a whole. I asked Menagerie about what it meant, and she said it might have belonged to a
My
particular
purview is not the
religion.
stars.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say their name. If that would have any adverse side effects, do we suggest trying it?
Try it once just to see if you feel ill, then stop.
She didn't tell me their domain, but if I remember correctly, their name was Gaia.
I would recommend not saying or going close to any names, at least while we're in this room.
Understood.
Translated, it would be world, which is interesting.
But that type of domain is already held, is it not?
It could also be referring to nature itself. Though, if they're part of the Forgotten part, it could be a shared one, like Destiny said that it could happen.
I see. Try to ask Menagerie more about it, probably over this week. If I can find any information regarding it, I'll share it with you.
Hopefully you don't mind being my sister's pupil.
It's... Pardon?
Have I not explained this to you yet?
No, I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said I hope you don't mind being my sister's pupil.
I don't mind. She's wonderful to speak with.
And to be honest, the reason I took her trial originally was so that I can keep talking with her.
That's understandable. It's one of the main reasons I wish to partake in Unity's trial, or at least complete it, from what I've been told. Apparently I'm already in it. But that's unrelated to the conversation at hand. Moving forward, I think the game plan that we have discussed is probably the best way to go. Each doing our own thing, whilst potentially still contributing. What did you fully have in mind to do, Winter?
Apologies, I'm speaking with Omni in my head. What?
What was your idea of what you were going to be working on?
Give me a moment, I'm literally discussing that with Omni right now.
Understood.
Though, overall, I will say, once we bring Valen and Silas into this, I think we're, how to put it, our first group as of right now.
I don't know if bringing any more outside of that would be a safe idea to do.
Just
at least noting the danger that it would put on our backs.
As I see it, all the five of you, and then, well, all 6 of us, have been mostly with the stars a lot lately.
How many times are you going to hit that fucking attack, Nako?
At least, and everybody else has their own reasons.
Yeah, I feel like with the 6 of us, we can be a good spearhead
The only contribution that I can see myself providing now, I know of several of the compasses. It's been a while since we've last spoken, but I believe some of them may have the location of some world charms, or even just charms in general. I'm going to visit them all this week, see if I can create more of a list. I remember this the way several of them work, as it's places they could be, not places they definitively are.
I will also say, when it comes to compasses, we have to be careful on who's awake and who's not.
Yes. I'm not sure what that was. I'm still not.
My main point of this all is to share information and work together.
I see.
Think of it as a Star Herald-y special operations team.
Actually, regarding that, Sayori, I do have a question to ask you after all of this is over.
Of course. I think we're just waiting for Winter to get done speaking with Omni. And to say if we're all in agreement with this team. Because I do not want to force anybody to do something that they don't want to do.
Huh?
You were speaking with Omni for a long time. We're wondering if there was any useful bits from that.
I think he's still going.
Give me just a second. I want to go check something quick.
I'll be waiting here for you. What is your take on all of this, anyways?
It's definitely best that we get any of the charms away from them. At least from what I've seen, any charm that's actually fallen into their hands has been broken. It's a capability they don't want us to have. When it comes to the courts, I am not nearly as star-aligned as you three. I have no ties to them. I'm not sure who's in there or why they are. It may not all just be dissenters.
Almost definitely not.
Sorry about that.
Also comes into the question of why are there stars that have their own, what seem to be unique punishments? And then there's this court. I'm not going to say any of the names, but
That's definitely something to think about.
Is it a unique, different punishment? Or is it simply scale?
Probably a mixture of both. At least, maybe if one of them had committed a crime, they might have been used as an example, as to not cause that to happen again. That's what I would think, at least. If you were a star and you knew that threat was looming above you, I definitely wouldn't do it. Whatever they were doing. It might be why
I would say that analogy breaks down. I'm not a star. I can't possibly understand what kind of perspective they do.
I guess if you attempt to put yourselves in their shoes, star or not, if you watch somebody face a fate worse than death, doing something that you were trying to do, you would stop.
Okay.
That's probably why they're so adamant about not telling us things. We might have tiptoed too close to it already, without even knowing.
Sounds like that's something we've been doing since we began doing any of this. Is that we are slowly getting closer and closer to something.
Okay. I have some information. I have also been a little shown out of the conversation. I have both. Some things useful and some things pretty vague. Okay. Firstly, learning the star language is a risk. Learning it would put another target on any of our backs, so to speak. And potentially, if we incur too many of these targets, if we get threaded enough, potentially we'll end up just like Sula. An empty corpse person peppered by fate. Our mana are never able to return or have a second chance. Meaning there is an actual tangible reason not to get more in the crosshairs. However, the more fate fucks with any of us, the more leeway we have with talking to destiny. The more they push, the more the destiny can push back. Alongside, helpfully and both unhelpfully, apparently my charm knows way more than it should. Issue, its voice is somewhat broken. And Omni can't tell me if it's even possible to repair it, although his lack of an answer probably says more than an actual no. However, that would also probably require Destiny's help to properly fix its voice.
Is that
Alongside,
not somewhat circumvented by the fact that my charm can talk to yours?
When could our charms talk in the first place?
have you ever tried speaking with yours?
Can you speak?
They don't speak common. Except we found something concerning in that when I was talking to mine, it spoke Abyssal at me.
Yes, I think you mentioned this. Alongside, what with? Potentially, we don't need to already translate the book. Potentially, it is possible to, if we stand on the podium, keep guessing summoning phrases until we get the correct one. However, as far as I'm aware, they're not simple or easy phrases, so it would be completely standing there for hours on end shooting in the dark to see if we get a correct summoning phrase. However,
That would take about as much time as translating the book.
Is actually useful. Hypothetically, we could say, I called upon the Court of Scholars, or the Academic Court. And we might get information on, let's say, a star who is no longer in the court.
Why am I the only one concerned?
We might not be able to get information on the summoning phrases, but we might get information on who used to belong to the court.
And if we call upon their name directly after finding that out?
What again?
And if we call upon one of these names,
probably would not work. Probably we still need the summoning phrase.
but it would give us more information to work with, more things to look at. However, what I'm realizing is no matter how much I look at other options, it seems like everything leads back to I probably need to become the pupil of destiny at some point. Because it seems like the only person who can help me further without risking their own life is destiny. Especially if I probably want to get this one fixed properly. Although I do have an interesting hypothesis.
Yes.
So, back when me and Irenaeus were extremely strung up by fate initially, and we only had fate strings on us, Sacrifice mentioned to me he was unable to put his strings on me, as he'd have to literally fight fate for space, basically, which would have fucked me over. So we didn't put his strings on. However, with all of fate's strings cut, the other stars are more freely able to put their strings on their pupil, at least on me in particular. So, hypothetically, if fate had so many strings at one point it became impossible for other stars to put their strings on, isn't the reverse possible? So many strings from other stars on you that it becomes impossible for fate to string.
I suppose gathering connections will be the only way to test it out.
Yes, unfortunately, getting that requires becoming the pupil of more stars, and that requires more risk.
It's a risk I'd be willing to
As
take.
well, me and Sayori are the only ones most fit to test this, given our relations.
That could potentially be what you do then.
Fate gets there first. But you need to have the shears.
Yes. Although potentially Destiny can use them to more precisely cut strings now, with a bit of leeway and a bit of room.
I didn't know that even fate
So,
had its own limitations.
I'm going to...
I didn't know that even fate could potentially have its own limitations.
Well, how do I suppose? There was the rules initially. As far as it seems like. And fate and destiny, generally speaking, still try to abide by the rule. Well, the more one side breaks the rules, the more the other side has leeway to break the rules without real proper recompense. If fate, I don't know, trips someone over at the finish line, well, fate doesn't really have much room to argue if destiny does the same.
I see.
At least that's my understanding. However, potentially getting back these rules would definitely sway things in our favor. As it also means that there is an enforcer. As much as Destiny can't overstep their boundaries, it means Fate's no longer welcome to overstep theirs either. And as Destiny only does things in reaction... As Fate only does things in reaction... Well, Destiny only does things in reaction to Fate. Technically speaking, we're not losing much if we enforce the rules. However, I have been warned calling upon the rules incorrectly breaks the ritual room. Meaning we would have to be very careful calling upon them.
According to time, the more strains we get the more strains we get from other stars can actually lead to being a bad thing. It is a give and take system. So there is a limit on how many stars we can be a pupil of.
What's the limit?
They didn't say.
There's a limit.
So hypothetically, if we become the pupil of too many stars, it gives fate too much leeway to do something?
That, and it also can be a bad thing if you're destiny aligned as well.
How so for destiny aligned?
So, according to time as well, the more trials we take, the heavier the cost and everything can be.
I'm aware of that much.
The more we go, the harder they get.
Yes. I'm already to the point of unlocking doors. Because even with Sarah, this is the second door I'm unlocking.
So a little more push, potentially, for me when getting you where you are.
Most likely.
But that requires a little more risk.
It's safe
What
to say
are the
that
consequences of becoming the pupil of too many stars? Do we know when it's safe to stop?
So mostly it's going to be when you ask for a trial. Though, but it simply has, are you certain that you definitely want to do this with how many strains you, is the best way to put it. The more you do it, at some point the limit will hit where it wouldn't even matter how close you are with them. It will be very highly dangerous.
So technically speaking, there isn't a limit. Technically speaking, there isn't a limit. The issue is after a certain point, it becomes ridiculously hard to complete any more trials.
Almost impossible.
Would we be warned of this fact by the stars beforehand?
Yes.
I'm picking shit.
Are there any people in the Van Dials that we know of that has taken more than, let's say, 5 star trials and succeeded?
To my knowledge, no.
Then for the time being, we will assume at minimum 4 is the limit. At least the limit of tangibility for the limit of actual possibility. Without being so. I don't suppose there's a way to keep Fate's influence away from a star trial as well.
Say that again, there was a lot of noise in my head.
I don't suppose hypothetically it's possible to prevent Fate from having influence over a star trial.
No. There's no way to prevent it. If they want to interfere, they can interfere whenever. Originally with my book, when I went to Interia, it wasn't even for a trial, and they still intervened. Or tried to, anyways.
So, what I'm hearing... Okay. So... Oh, I didn't see you there. So, what I'm understanding is... We need the rules. We need the rules back. That should be our first long-term goal, is get the rules back. Because as much as we probably can never fully stop them, they will now have limits again. Limits they can't bypass, not easily. And that's also what Omni recommends.
You're saying get the Game Master back.
Yes, although I've been informed we should probably keep clear of saying that in particular, so I'm saying the rules. If we get the rules back, it means Fate has to abide by them. Meaning, it's possible that we could perform more risky things than usual, as fate would not be able to overstep the boundaries.
I think
Meaning...
we should restart this conversation when we have both Silas and Valen. I recall something Destiny said one of them has more information on this very topic.
Yes, I know. I'm more just stating out loud my thoughts.
That would definitely be a good idea. At least that input would be helpful.
We can obviously save, like, actually deciding on for later, but I definitely think our best course of action currently is probably... First long-term goal is getting the rules back.
Okay.
I would say that is a sub-goal. Primary
then
goal
what
is
would you
getting
say?
as many of the charms as we can find until we can't find any more.
That's a overarching goal that we can do constantly. This is a tangible goal with a start and an end. It is not good to set goals without a clear directive in mind. Saying, get as many star charms as we can is a good idea, and it is a goal, but it should not be our primary focus, because where's
It does
the start,
have an
where's the
end. We know there's a limited amount of them.
We also know there's countless of them as well.
We do know, I recall, believe what Time said was around 20 world charms.
And that can be a secondary long-term goal, is getting all the world charm. However...
Yeah, even my personal charm is still out there.
Think about it this way. Everything we do becomes easier with the rules back in play. Which is why I say it should be our primary goal. Or at least our overarching long-term goal. As everything we do becomes easier once that's back in. As I mentioned, Destiny does not break the rules first. They wait for fate to. And then, with that leeway given by them, then Destiny oversteps. Meaning, we would be more benefited by bringing the rules back than we would be by not.
But at the same
also
time,
Destiny needs to uphold those rules.
Yes.
Put more limitations on them.
That's why I'm saying we would be, as I said, Destiny does not break the rules until fate does. Which is why I believe we'd be more benefited by the rules being back than we would be detrimented by them back.
I think at this point we should probably put a pin in this conversation for when we get the other two.
Yes.
So that leaves my final topic, or final thing to ask you all. Are you all in agreement with this, I guess, squad?
I'm in agreement.
Yes.
In agreement.
And then we'll make it official, and then we'll ask the other two the same thing once they've come back from their sleep. So, at the current point, I think overall this meeting is done for now.
We definitely only have more to discuss.
Yes. And definitely keep it to information gathering as of now, and I'll keep working on the book on my end.
Understood. Besides, I'm probably going to...
No, I was going to say at this point we can dismiss. But go
Yes.
on.
Tonight, I'm probably going to be having a long chat with Omni or Destiny, as I still have more questions and more, I suppose, warranted things to bring up for our sake. Like, for example, how can we potentially lower our heat by fate? As probably whatever we're going to be doing is probably going to be dragging more attention, more crossfire by fate, meaning learning how to lower on their hit list would be preferable. We can do something big and then preferably
get some leeway again for the next big operation. But thanks for making me later.
Professor, may I ask a question in another room?
Of course, follow me.
Thank you. You too. I'm sure we'll be able to figure this out. At least with all of them involved.
Oops.
I still think the charms are a higher priority. Mostly because they seem more focused on that. Maybe you're right, in that it's because they think they've already won when it comes to rules.
How do I put? I agree. I think we should have both goals in tandem. I think both will make the other easier, so I guess it's a matter of whatever we end up accomplishing first. But, personally, I'm definitely going to have to be a lot more picky with... I'm quite happy with all my choices of star pupilhoods currently, but... it definitely seems like at the current moment, like, becoming the pupil of destiny is the move going forward.
And it makes sense that there's a limited number. There's a limited amount of space on your body and it needs to be physically threaded.
Well, no, I asked for the clarification. It's not the limit of how much space there is, it's the limit of after a certain point, fate gets so much leeway that it becomes near impossible for you to complete your trial. And again, I probably want to lower how much heat I have by fate at the current moment before doing anything more risky.
Additionally, I read the language of the book over your shoulder while you were looking at it when Sarah was holding it. Felt a sting in my eyes.
Probably the language of the stars.
It was odd, though. Sting was in my pupils and only my pupils. Never felt pain there before.
Information for later. I'm going to probably talk with I have a couple things I'll need to do over this week, so I suppose we'll reconvene in about a week's time, and I'll share what I've learned.
The only way I can think of actually contributing right now is going to check in with the compasses again. I know several of them have had visions or inklings about where they are.
Oh, Void.
You're back.
Yes, what were you saying?
I was saying the only way I can really think to contribute anything to any of these efforts is, again, focusing entirely on the world charm. I do not know even where to start with rules or any of that court.
Then you focus on that. Besides, I'm probably going to be focusing on getting my own personal leeway and matters done before I continue on the path. Preferably, I'd like to, at minimum, learn how to communicate with the presumably forgotten court member in my head and become the pupil of destiny. After that, I'll probably move on to trying to see what I can get out of the courts.
You're aware the punishment for failing Destiny's trial is death.
Yes. I've accepted the chance of death for every trial I take.
Nothing can be gained without risk. Besides, if I die, so be it. If I succeed, I make the world a better place. Plus, at least if I die now, I die with my dignity and my free will. As much as I don't want to, for the current moment, I'll be back. I always am, I suppose.
Do you mean void and chain?
Mostly. Alongside the fact that at minimum I'm a reincarnation of Kristen. Who knows what else I might be, so... Seems like no matter what I'll be back. At least current. So... If I have to make this my final trial, to have a risk of actually being able to live, let it be for a good cause, and let me at least die with my dignity intact. I'd rather be killed than become what Sula is.
On that, we feel the same.
Besides, as much as I'm sure I have a role to play, even if I die, the world will continue to spin. There will still be things to do. It won't be impossible to save the world. It won't be impossible to stop things. Besides, I don't feel like if I died I'd be very far. The darkness and all that.
I was more making sure you just knew the risks.
I do. I'm aware of the fact that I have played with my life on many occasions, and I will continue to do so. Not out of a self-assured thing that I think I can handle it, but out of the fact that it is for the betterment of the world. I don't think I'd be the pupil of sacrifice with any other type of mentality.
I just wanted to ask her something.
I assumed it was private.
Not necessarily. I just didn't know if having other people in the room would be a good idea. I'm going to be forming Star Club with her. And I might be putting together a list. I didn't know if you were particularly interested, but if you know anybody that would be.
A list of what exactly?
I'm going to be forming a club at the Academy for more advanced star imagery. Something that we could partake in without the risk of poorly made mistakes for those who are potentially uneducated. It could be a way to teach them more and probably embark on more.
Put my name on it.
Indeed. I'm also going to be asking Winter about it. I think I saw him going the same way.
Him and Silas. It's hard to focus on anything but the fates that's coming. Each time they mention her. I can't feel her, but I already know she's eating away at my mana veins. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Oh. What do I do? How do I even begin to stop it? I need to get out of this mood.
I still think there's more to you that you're not showing, which I like. The mystery's good. Oh, whip on whip.
Out of practice. He is a teacher after all. Maybe he hasn't had enough time to.
Definitely out of practice.
I liked what you did. It was pretty cool. Wouldn't it make sense to you know, like an effect explosion, right? Yeah, I guess if it's something that hurts the element, maybe. That's a full hit and you're fine. No, cut across your body at all. What? Which one? What happened? Awesome. Yeah, I noticed that. Now it's gone. Okay, bye. Bye. Okay. Yeah, once he gets in. Yeah, but that doesn't. To be fair, that's more so only if you're in far enough distance. So if you're under that arc, you're not gonna get hit by it. Yeah, it's still like I didn't expect it, so I was like, oh, that's something to do. Got it.
Paramita. Pillars of light.
I think he calls it back down. Whenever it comes down. Yeah, he calls it down. Unknowable variable. There it is. And there. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. No, I think it's done. Recall him early after that last hit. What? Huh? No? Okay. What did he do? I think he yielded. I think so. Guess you're up. Color me surprised. Rico, if you. What's his name? I don't actually know.
Produce. No, I'm just telling him your name so he can also try and get. What now? You know it. What is it?
Professor Virtue.
Nice. So okay, so it's not a speech thing. I'm trying to figure out why he can't say my last name or his last name. I don't.
No, he got one. No, he said my name. He said my last name earlier.
Professor Centurion.
Well, he got one half of it now.
I'm going to fucking snap.
Well, he got one half of it.
I'm
for the full.
Nope.
Alright, Professor Vanguard.
You are really making a big deal of this, aren't you? Actually, no, he is your student. I
It's
can't
not my
blame you.
fault one of your students keeps calling you a different thing than your last name. That is not my fault. You don't need to take that on me.
I don't think I need to pull my punches against you as much as I need to, I guess. I think this is fine.
She was able to take a 20% punch from me. You're fine, Owen.
I know what your elements are.
20%, alright.
This is gonna be really
Yeah.
interesting because these two are similar.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Are they? Are they?
Yep.
Wind and lightning versus light and lightning.
I don't mean that. I just mean fucking style. Pure caster literally doesn't have a melee. Yeah. But he's really good. Honestly, if anyone can help her fill in gaps, it's gonna be him.
I
know.
At 2v2? I was there when it happened. I think Australia would be a good spot.
Oh, there we go.
Really?
That's what I heard.
Who is their partner?
Ellen's just run the lightning gauntlet of all the first years.
I haven't asked me yet.
True.
Would be a good fight.
I think we might not pick
Mizuki would be a well, not completely. If it was fire,
Are you alright, Professor?
Yeah, I'm good.
a long way through it. I could probably
there it is.
disable them for the ice with water.
Possibly.
But that's always
His biggest trick. He just does a bunch of different things with it to throw you off every time. Punch you with it, and now it's up in the air.
How many of you did that door? Forever awake, and I'm already grounded.
Now would be a good time to call it down.
Oh, I saw Tara running around a few hours ago.
Struggled to climb up onto these spikes.
Yeah, Tara was running
She
around.
has She's basically not hitting anybody right now.
I'm talking about if she falls down the meter when he's in the... Damn, that was
Wow, okay, she got you there. She got you there.
Face.
No, it was her research
Pillars of
site
light.
in his,
Oh, it's a good hit.
Oh shit.
behind you.
Always let you couch that up. I find that funny.
That's perfectly fine.
There it is.
Behind someone else with it.
That's fair.
Hmm. Attempting to get the rules back isn't going to be that simple. It's not going to be simple at all. Yanchi is most likely the cult's next target. Sounded like the activity potentially is very high if that can't be excluded as criminal activity at all. As for star-related, I'm unsure what connection they all seem to think I have. Beyond the vast majority of the stars disliking me.
I need to speak to you.
That's new.
Yes, it is new.
What would you like to talk about?
Just a little report that I have of the other students of my house. So you would appreciate it.
I would. Out of curiosity, how are you flying?
Controlling the wind around me and more kicking it like a platform. I'm using the wind to put it underneath my foot and kick up. It's a little difficult since it's not wings, so I have to constantly.
What was that, Aura?
I was just wondering how everything is going for the two of you.
It's good that you're here as well. I wanted to give a small report of what I've been looking at for my new Centurions.
No.
So far, Roland the Vampire, he's an ice user, pure. Think of him like Biol, but inexperienced. He makes his own weapons and armor. Fairly malleable and very attentive. He mutters to himself strategies and ideas. Really articulate. Will be very useful once he's trained. For Lug, you are probably partially aware of him, since they know Hecha, and you know Hecha.
I know of him. I know him far less than I do Hecha.
Unfortunately, he wasn't here today for training, but he will be my mentee. He expressed specific interest with training with me, so I don't have too much on him, but he has a lot of options. He's a spear and shield user, pure light, I believe, and highly defensive, I believe. He does a lot of rune crafting in the room already since he rooms with me. As for the panda, Kohi, he's highly aggressive. A little less defensive, but with his durability and frame of what he is, beastkin-wise, despite his lack of experience against fighting shields, he broke my god. It's impressive.
Mm.
He uses fire and nature, so it'll be very useful to use him as a brawler more than a tank. But good defensive, since he is, I would argue, since of his mass of muscle, a living wall than anything else. Uses a mace as well. / flail. It can become a flail. It's interesting. Otherwise, anything interesting today I wanted to ask either of you?
Not really.
Nothing really.
Right.
I was getting to know some of the new cavalry.
How's that been going?
Say they're interesting. The homunculi. They're focused.
Violin?
No. Well, yes, they're one of them, but there's a second one now.
I didn't know
Aerith.
there was a second one. Ah, that's what they are. I don't know. I need to talk to them still.
I can say one of them is gonna be quite useful, at least when it comes to mana wise, as they can transfer mana between different people. And
How do they do that?
Through a type of conduit that they can make.
Interesting.
Remember Onyx?
I do.
Their magic is somewhat similar to them, that they can create prismatic. It's prismatic magic they're utilizing, creating sometimes crystals that are, well, their lifespan is like just a few days, though can be used to transfer mana.
So much likely plan something with that before missions.
And they can also transfer mana more directly, from my understanding. I don't recall exact details, though. They can help at least with the mana imbalances or the lack of mana in some people.
That reminds me, since we're talking on that, Roland, a vampire, he can use ice constructs. He's really early in how to use it, so I didn't think to mention it, but that reminds me. It could be a boon once he learns and refines it. It is ice specifically, but he is...
That would depend on the size of the constructs. How wide can he generate them? How far from himself?
Branch tree as an idea for a wall in thickness and size, which implies that he has the capability to do such for that tree branch, which is quite big.
It is. If I can see him generate some actual constructs, walls of the sort, would be nice to have, at least at the moment, immediate environmental control. Being able to block off doorways.
I was most likely going to train with him to possibly make copies of me, but in ice, since I am quite wide with my shield and spear. Well, we'll see. I guess the one question I had for you, other than giving you a report, was a curiosity on Hetcha.
Oh, my mentee?
Yes. I forget that. They are curious.
Why is
Mentioned
Victor's
Romeo.
dome? Continue.
I'm starting to question if that's Victor's dome or if it's... No, it's
They
Victor's dome.
mentioned
I
when
thought for
they
a moment.
introduced me and recognized my name, they said, Romeo speaks about you to me. It was really interesting. He says he visits the house a lot.
My
So I'm
brother is
curious.
fond of their household. He visits often. Usually either to mildly annoy them or to look through some of their own texts. He's fond of spellcraft.
Fair enough. I didn't mean to come
He's
off.
actually the reason that I know Hetcha at all.
Oh. Anything of worry I should have with Hetcha or no?
None.
Fair enough.
Hetcha's smart. They'll adapt quickly.
Okay with that. It's good. I was mainly asking because of just of that point of curiosity. I didn't mean to come off anyway.
He didn't come off anyway.
It was an odd first impression to mention such a name.
It makes sense, though. Remiel does speak of that story.
I'm glad I left an impression then.
He speaks of it with amusement.
I bet. Well, at least he had his fun. So, as long as it's a entertaining story to tell, I guess. Otherwise, I don't think I have any other questions. Just, the only thing I would say, you looked off the normal. Just my own observation.
Just deep in thought.
Fair enough. I'll leave you be. You need to ask anything?
More or less curious what everyone was doing up here, since, you know, it's the Council of the Flyings apparently up here.
He was already flying, and I wanted to ask him a couple of things, so. Doesn't have the capability? I said fuck it, why not?
Fair enough.
I mean, it's always nice to be high up.
I mean, you have the best spot because you're not flying anymore, you're just standing under the roof.
I need the practice anyways, so I haven't had too much practice with it as of late.
I mean, we were constantly at not too high altitude, so it's like, let's well just rest the wings then. If we're gonna stay on this altitude.
That reminds me, actually.
We're high
question
up,
for you. I guess a question for all three. Any practice with fighting in the air? Who do you think I should ask?
What type of fighting? Pure magic or
melee fighting in the fly?
Again, Braum.
Fair.
If you
I
need
figured. I just
student-wise,
thought
I would
to
say Exalia, because they are a melee combatant flying.
But
I'll ask them then.
But professor-wise, definitely Braum. He did fight the archer in the sky after all.
I would also recommend Braum because of the sheer fact that you do not have wings.
This is true. I'm more or less doing his technique, just not as refined.
In order for you to actually fly, you can't utilize your legs for anything else.
This is true. It's getting used to.
Exalia uses their legs even while flying in the air.
Oh. If anything, I'll practice with Rama first, and then as a progress to more intimate, more intricate fighting, I'll fight Exelia, since I will need to fight fighters that can fight with the legs in the air. So I'll do it like that. Thank you.
You definitely
That'd be my
notice
recommendation.
changes within the wind quite quickly, even if you're just using magic.
I appreciate the recommendation, but I see certain someone hasn't been around for a little bit, so I must go see them. So thank you.
Also, Aaron,
Yes.
I sincerely hope we don't end up having to face each other again.
Have you already been selected for a team?
Yes. I already know
As
what's
have
not
I.
on yours, so...
So,
So the chances of we running into one another, well, if we do, at this point it becomes a tradition.
we most likely will. We can either actually face each other again, or we can attempt to avoid each other in order to give the first years their experience.
How I plan to do it is just follow whatever order they give as, well, it's not our exam, it's their exam, to see how well they can lead.
Which team are you a part of?
Considering I already know which team you're a part of, I might as well do the courtesy of telling you. Mariel's.
Hmm. I know nothing about Mario.
Well, you will then soon find out. I will say they technically belong to my household at the current state.
I remember. You're the one who originally told me.
Hmm. I believe it's basically we know as much of each other's team as each other.
I'm at least not convinced that it's going to be an all-out war, as the previous ones have.
I don't think so either.
Mostly because the last real exercise that we did as cavalry had no combat whatsoever, but was instead problem-solving with riddles.
And the last entrance exam was also the other one that was only limiting them to year ones. Now every single year is in play.
I do admit, whatever reason Victor has had his dome out for this entire conversation, has some of my curiosity. Especially next to the dragon.
Yeah, I already commented I'm glad it's not engulfing the dragon, or we have a different problem.
Are you saying we would have a calamity on our hands?
I would say calamity, but we might have a dead student. I'll check it
At
out
least
later.
that darkness is self-contained compared to some of the other people have been shooting light through the entire sky through the whole day. Becomes quite painful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it goes.
See, if you keep talking about it, eventually it'll go away.
Still odd. But
I can question him about it later.
if it does come down to just simply combat, I guess we'll play it more by ear. Seeing whether or not we're facing each other once again.
I personally hope we don't have to face each other because I won't lie. That's the old little light exercise getting old.
I can imagine. Not many truly grow bored of it because most don't survive it.
Yeah. I can see why. Being seen by you is basically a death sentence.
What my family is known for. One they've so thoroughly earned for themselves.
And I would not be surprised if you also kind of also grown born, having to watch out for me.
It's actually had me work on my spatial awareness. I'm a little tired of it, yes, but I have at least gotten somewhat better.
No.
The hardest part is attempting to pay attention to something you can't see in the sky, while also attempting to actually do things to assist your team on the ground. More a matter of spatial awareness.
Now to think about it, I'm basically giving you... What was it that you all referred to it at one point? A flame archer simulation?
That is how we referred to it. The idea of getting them all used to looking up. Which several of them should. They still don't.
That did almost cost multiple lives back in Neptune, in the final hurdle. Flame Archer appeared high up on top of, like, the rock peak or whatever you want to call it, and rained down fire from above. Enough to cover the entire, like, town square.
There are several portions of Neptune where if I had not been around with my shield, several students would already be dead.
By the way, Ernest, I do want to re-talk about a few things that happened during break, since I don't think we've had a full conversation for the past 2 weeks.
I suppose, what do you want to talk about specifically?
Stuff you probably don't want to talk in front of Aura, no offense.
I understand.
That works. I'm at least tired of flying conversations. Does about here work?
I would imagine. Well, I wanted to ask how the thing I gave you the protection, well, from protection went.
It worked, I believe. Upon the completion of my oath, when the next part came, they immediately went for my heart, my throat, and then I felt them try to go and wrap around my brain. I felt them get stopped each time. Pick a new target. It was in that order. Before they settled for something easier than trying to get us.
I see.
So, it worked. And I think my worry was right.
Oh, shit. I'm alive.
I think my worry was right. In that they wanted to...
I'm out. What the fuck?
They wanted to change me. I'm uncertain what they would have been able to do if they had gone to my heart. I can imagine what they would do if they got to my throat. And they had gone to my brain. So instead, they settled. Or just torturing me until I gave up. That's when he crashes. What time is it? Still got an hour.
I'm back.
Hmm.
Okay. Apologies. Last thing I heard was you could only imagine what would happen if they got to your brain.
Well, it was that I can imagine what they would do if they had gone to my brain, which is that they would have, well...
Made you a puppet?
Yeah. Yes. Ripped out chunks. Turned me into something useful but not thinking.
A forced lobotomy, as you will.
Something like that. I don't know why they would have gone for my heart. Maybe to have a way to just kill me instantly for the future.
Maybe. The heart can also be an allegory for the soul. So it could get in something like that as well.
But what I had said was they didn't get those. And instead they settled with simply just torturing me instead.
I see. I'm sorry you had to experience that.
Was the worst thing I've ever felt. They splayed my arm open. I don't know. At the end, when Threads was finally done, they went finally for my wings. I had thought it was to rip them off. I was wrong. It was never meant for me. The last thing I had asked Midna to do was to stop them from ripping out my wings. And so instead, when Midna came out, they struck her down. In my place.
I see.
She's better now.
I apologize.
for taking off all the threads in the first place.
If I haven't done this, this path would not have been become. Yes.
That's true. If you hadn't removed any of my threads, I wouldn't have had to make a new oath. I don't know whether or not it was for the better or for the worse yet.
I believe that's what time's for, after all.
I lived. I'm fine. Now we can go back to work for the cult.
You survived. If you live or not, that just that decides on what you do afterwards.
And it's over. It's done. Now it's time to focus on the future.
Indeed. Learn from the past and continue moving forward. That's all any of us can really do at the end of the day.
Fine.
Your sister's a very kind woman.
What makes you say that?
She had me for a private conversation before she rendezvoused before she left. Besides some status updates of Pandora and all that jazz, she said some nice words, and she gave me a gift.
I wasn't aware you knew her.
I was aware of her, but this was our first time truly meeting.
What was the gift?
A pendant. A pendant I have not seen for a very long time. It held a picture of my mother in it. It doesn't take too many guesses to figure out where she got it from.
Ah. I'm sure you know as well from the letter, but I know where she is.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm aware, she's being taken care of in an estate close to my uncle's.
I see.
And the only information I have is that she was visiting a church when she fell into the coma. It didn't specify which one.
I think it is better for the information to be vague right now. In these times of uncertainty. I will see her when I see her. And that is enough. I think I meddled with things beyond my comprehension by doing things I usually do. And while there was definitely some good connotations, I also have learned some things that trouble me. Similar to a case that happened to you, but very different. And I am concerned. I am concerned.
What are you talking about?
I did Protection's trial while you all were away. That effect caused at the end it created a protection over Pandora apparently for a while, but that is what everyone else knows. The context of the trial, I was forced into situations from either past or maybe even futures, and was choice to change something or to let it go as planned. With limited uses, of course. And I changed what I could, but I saw some things that I couldn't change with the limited uses I had. And I have hope, but I also... I am worried.
Can you talk about what you saw?
I can talk about some things, but I fear if I mention one event, it might cause a chain reaction which will inevitably lead to it. A self-sufficient prophecy, as you will. That being the one case I believe to be the future.
And because you are telling me this, you think I could have an influence in it? Or are you just worried about telling anyone?
Why can't it be both? I saw something that can change the lives of many. And I could not use the power of protection to change anything in the course because there were so many uncertainties in that scenario. The future's a fickle thing. I don't know if it's going to happen, and frankly, I don't think it's going to go 100% planned. But if it does, then there will be further hardships that many will have to endure, you included. I say this because the main reason I finally decided not to change things in that event is because I had a prior undying hope that my students would take the training and teachings to heart and persevere through it. And that includes you. I have hope that you will know what to do and have the strength to move forward, regardless what happens.
I'd like to think I do.
I hope you do. And I do not place my hope lightly, I would like to think.
I don't know what you saw, but I am trying to save them.
That is... I think that's a noble thing to do. Despite duty. These stars are very fickle things. Right pricks a lot of times.
On that we agree. My main connection to most of the stars is the fact they dislike me.
All but say one, it seems.
Just one.
Well, at the very least, one's better than none.
She has my trust.
And considering I know how hard it is for you to trust people, that means a lot than you know.
When you say the past, did you do anything to... Did you do anything to Kristen's death?
I did. When given the option, it let me choose a variety of things.
You protected an elixir, didn't you?
When she was going to steal the things from that place, I made it so that she couldn't. Although, I don't know where it ended up. I know she dropped it on the way out and some creatures of jackalope looking grabbed it and fled somewhere. Well, at the very least, she does not have the thing that calmed down the poison, although I don't know what they have to do with this story.
The reason I know of this is because Silas told me about some of his dream prophecies. In one of them, he mentioned seeing two different ways that Kristen and Zula. Seeing one where Zula took the items and successfully left, and one where the items were dropped and scattered, and the one thing fully missing was an elixir.
Well, I can tell you that the latter one is now true. Although I do not know what protection had to do in order to bargain to let a mere trial had me somehow control the whims of time. Frankly, I wish I'd never have that power ever again. I'm gonna be truthful.
To be able to change things before they happen. Or before they happened.
Or get fucked over into a self-fulfilling prophecy. One of the visions they showed me was Gio's supposed near-death to the Lumasi during that exchange when she was being crushed. Although in what I was being showed, she dies, as apparently my protection over only stopped one thing, but not the mechanisms of fate apparently pulling things. So I had to use one in the trial in order to make what has already happened happen. Which I find a little bit cheap.
Would If you didn't use it,
If I
would
didn't use it,
Geo retroactively be dead?
if I was understanding how things working, probably.
And just when you returned from that trial, Geo would be dead. And all of us would just remember her dying.
Potentially. I was put into a situation where what I know would have been true might have not been true because of a situation if I decide not to do it in a situation. Which I had to do in a very specific way. Because the protection that was already over her was failing because apparently fate was making it weaker. Or I had to put protection to stop fate from messing with my protection, which is fucking convoluted.
Does it last? Now that you've applied that, do you still have that? That threads can no longer interfere with your protection?
Maybe? It's weird. How do I put this? The second protection I put was strong enough to protect against fate. But not the original one I put on Geo would happen earlier. I don't know if it was a case of because I did it for the trial that was stronger, or because I did it later that it was stronger. I have very few data for this as I've only used this protection now tactically 5 times, because if I include the 3 times I used it for the trial, but the only other 2 times was for Geo and you, as I kind of only do this sparingly, as I think asking protection to divine intervention for me should be used for scarce opportunities.
Or else it'll be taken away.
Perhaps. More of just... I want you students to grow, and I can't be there to coddle you every step of the turn. I step in when I find the scales have been unevenly put against your favor for bullshit reasons. Although, I was able to give hope, I think. I don't know. My last one was about my mother and where they protect her from the scenario that happened against her. And I don't know if this was the correct decision or not, but I decided instead of protecting her against the actual scenario that caused it, to protect the idea of that she can recover and live eventually, which apparently scattered to everyone in that scenario.
So they have a chance now. All the ones that were ruined by the cult.
Not a guaranteed, but a chance. But a chance is better than a certainty to death, so if there's a chance I can give, then it is a chance I shall give. All we have to do is put in the work to actually, well, make that chance a success, I guess.
Which currently it seems to be possible with Mika.
Aye. Indeed. Assuming she continues to delve into her research in Unity and don't get disturbed. After all, if she continues advancing her stuff for another year, she could do what she did for Israel back then. Imagine after a year of prep.
Especially because I do recall Mentos mentioning something about how she's already more advanced than she should be. Something about it's off the timeline.
Aye. Things are not going according to what they seen. And considering what they saw caused them to break up and kill themselves, I say good.
Sorry, to Councilwoman Mika?
No, I'm talking about Kristen seeing the future, which therefore decided her to do the thing with Zula, which then Mentos saw the future, would decide him to go into the 50-year hiatus to go. You know, those two are seeing the future and viewing all the choices depending on the future. But if their future is happening in a different timeline than that, and considering how their decisions have been so depressing, I say good.
It was surprisingly easier to convince Mentos. We did have the ultimate bargaining chip to get him to come out, but to convince him to not just take her with him back to the depths.
I take him home and actually put some work into it.
He told me once that he's recreated Threads' schedule. Using research that doesn't exist. Well, doesn't exist anymore.
I was gonna say, if it doesn't exist, how do they use it? I know he's a genius, but he's also twite.
He didn't tell me much of it.
Yeah.
Which I didn't expect him to. We're not exactly close.
I don't expect you to be. He's a strange one. And after screaming about it to him and being in a little bit more neutral terms, I still don't fully grasp what's going on in that head of his.
I imagine his perspective's always going to be a little alien.
After all, I can imagine landing directly into a mana vein can knock a little bit of screws loose.
Not just that, but Sayori.
Yeah, she asked me telepathically if she could take some of the dark students over to a secluded area to do that. Honestly, after seeing the new Centurion Professor pull off his stops, I think the others just wanted a chance to prove themselves.
Well, Thank you for the talk.
You too. Sorry if I,
I'm a little
apologies if I
concerned
used you
about the
to-
future one. What? What were you saying?
I was just gonna say apologies for me using it to get some things out on you.
It was a decent distraction.
Yeah. I think I'll use a distraction every now and then. It's better than whatever those chuckle fucks are doing. And I'm concerned about the future one as well. But if Menthos have taught me anything, sometimes the future doesn't happen exactly as it's seen.
Hopefully not. It's always bad.
Agreed.
Never
I
something
wish I could
good.
see a- Yeah, projections show me one good vision in the future, with some caveats, because of course there are. Huh. At least she was quick about it. Minda is okay after she got, you know, right?
She is.
Good.
We've spoken since.
Talking about good things, I hope.
Last week she came to just check on me. Originally startled me because I didn't expect her to.
Well, she isn't exactly known for her, notices. I do hope in the future there's a time where we don't need to contact the stars for as much shit.
I doubt that's going to get much better. I think it's truly only going to get worse.
You're right. As soon as I say the word that you can use star handling again, they're gonna be eating it like hot chips. But I'm more referring to after all this cult business is over.
Maybe. Actually, I doubt that. Ultimately, their goal is to bring back Star Heraldry how it was. I can only imagine that it's going to get more free if we continue to succeed. And we don't. Horrifically die.
Well, we're gonna die anyways without their involvement, man. Star Handler being more free. Sounds like a second calamity I'll have to worry about later. Ugh.
Maybe. Have you ever doubted who you are?
When I was younger? All the bloody time. Nowadays, I got too much shit to worry about that. Plus, there's no going back for me. So, I'd rather just continue being who I am and not worry about the stuff like that. But you got a lot more time to figure that out. Well,
No, I don't.
reasonably.
I really don't. I guess my question is less that and more, how sure are you that you're you?
Considering how many things I managed to piss off by just doing my own whims, pretty sure. Although, I feel like if I was really being puppeted and controlled by my actions, I'd be getting less shit.
Makes sense. But that's all my questions.
Okay. I got about 12 minutes. I should probably check sure make sure no one's dying before night goes out. Thank you, Irenaeus.
You as well, Virtues.
I thought it was like a walking candle.
I've seen a lot of medical things, but this is like...
Hello there.
You've got a good sense.
Well, that would be a waste of time. They won't understand me.
Then you have more you wanted to talk about. At least for the teams.
I was going to save it for between the weeks.
Makes sense.
Only 1%, don't worry, you'll be fine.
But
Also-
everyone on the team knows who everyone else is.
Hello.
Well, then why do you insist on
Good.
remembering me, sir?
I left my love crystal over here.
Just because you could doesn't mean you should.
We'll mainly be talking general plans and outcomes that can be happening.
Hopefully not forever.
Since the objective isn't clear at all,
You know this.
we need to run through multiple categories.
Yes, well.
Could be anything.
The first step on a long road to hopefully collecting another.
As long as it's not stealth, I think we'll be fine.
You have a point there.
You like gyms, don't you?
However,
Don't you like the gym?
I doubt it'll be stealth, but I don't think stealth is actually as useful as people think it is.
No, but it is quite
good to have in case of emergencies. Especially scouting teams.
Yes. But my point's more, I was able to get through the deepest parts of Pandora without it.
I might have a harder time doing something like that myself.
I think you'll have about the same level of difficulty.
I talked to Rain for a bit. I told them if they ever do come to Serenity that you should bring them over to my estate.
That was actually something I did think of. I've been trying to get Rain and Sabriel to come to Serenity for time now. I'm sure Rain already mentioned, but they're my mentee.
Hope your talk was not too long.
No, actually.
Trying to think. I didn't think so. Just that you two were close.
Yes.
Might get to visit Mittens.
I've known Sabriel because we joined at the same time.
Asking me to go back.
Eventually Rain joined, became my mentee. I've been trying to convince them to come to Serenity for time, but they're far more comfortable in Yanshi.
No, it's just...
Serenity is at least their heritage land.
I feel as though it's relatively easy.
I mean, I haven't seen this at all.
Right, but your kinds...
If you can convince them to just come over for a small visit, it'd be more than enough.
They are in the way back, but it depends.
That's at least the plan. I admit, I grew busier over the break. They were originally meant to come to Serenity.
You have a couple of minutes before we must.
I'll have to ask him when he's in a better mood.
I believe I will make it
to
at
ask what she's saying.
Alright. Send myself
I'm gonna do my best to just not risk it.
I think that this is the best, as we've already put down 2 students in front of us.
Hello, Phil. Good evening, you two.
Technically, he also did one of those sonic punches to me too, so...
Hello.
I hope the day has been kind to you.
It's been alright.
Well, I hope tomorrow will be better.
It's gonna...
Here's hoping.
It's gonna fester in my mind for the rest of today.
And yourself.
For the rest of our training until I can do it.
Also, perhaps could have been better, but I'm still grateful for what did end up happening. I've learned a lot today.
Oh yeah, he's going to be helping to train me.
Good. I'm actually going to also take a seat. I am
going to say, by the way, don't worry, I'm not going to take any further, but if
I imagine
there's any kind of pain,
you're going to want all of us to show what we can do to each other.
Yes, whenever we get the chance to sit down, we can all have a chat about what everyone can do.
But that is okay. It is my way too bad.
I think everyone on my team is aware of what my magic is, in particular, except for Silas Giovanni.
I have myriad of questions, but I'm choosing to not ask them, and
But it shouldn't be too hard to explain.
want to not speak about them.
Plus all the things I can do with it.
At the bare minimum, say, if you do need someone to speak to,
Have a nice get together one of the days of the week.
Yes, of course. It'll be nice to get to know everyone a little better and go over how well we can work together.
Doesn't need too much pain to speak on. It is the furthest I can go on that.
I could perhaps bake something
If you'd like to, we can make a small event out of it. Just a nice
I
gathering.
wanted to say good night to all of you here. I hope you have a good night and have a restful evening. I hope you've had a good day, Aaron. I'll take care.
It's been an alright one. Good night,
Glad to
lads.
hear it. Good night.
Thank you for your assistance, Lance.
Of course, I'll look forward to our training throughout the week.
Thank you.
You as well, Miss Aura. Have a good night.
Understood. Understood.
Hello then.
Apologies if I'm interrupting. I just wanted to come over as I realized I hadn't introduced myself to at least two of you. Since I've been trying to do that. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Lyra Chegala. I am first year faculty and I do nature and dark magic. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I'm jealous, honestly. You say gardening?
This is nice to meet you as well.
I can just do
Yes, I believe Hedja was what you introduced yourself as. I remember meeting on the first day. Pleasure.
Yes, pleasure. And
I will talk to you later whenever I end up getting there.
tiring, but meeting a lot of people.
yes, my name is Pearl. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you, Lance. Call me Giovanni.
Might I ask what elements you end up using, just so I am able to be aware? If you
Yes,
do not
of
wish to
course.
say that, is fine, but it is up to you.
No, it's no secret. No worries. It's I have a light and lightning fusion with my magic.
It's normal for me to be like, oh,
Good to know.
I don't know anyone. Time to go.
Yes.
No people.
I am Irenaeus Pelham of Serenity Valley.
Pleasure. Might I ask what the elements you use are?
I am pure light.
Very well. This is good to know that. I'm just making sure I am aware of what everyone does, if they are comfortable in sharing, since I am helping out with Valkyrie. Luckily, my nature magic is what I use for healing. Dark is for a different portion. But pleasure. Apologies. I will let you get back to your conversation.
If you want more of a description, typically I used long-range artillery.
My first couple days I was spent pretty concentrated over there, so.
Alright. If I ever see anything coming in, then I will be able to put up my shield. Luckily, that is nature as well, so. And so far, it's taken quite a few hits from things. We'll see.
To be fair, I'm used
We'll
to
see if that
fighting
works.
bows and
That
branches,
often
so
fails.
Having actual training bags and stuff like that's kind of nice.
That is fair enough. I'm still trying to train it up. I've been having people hit it or use magic against it to see how long I can keep it up for. So, but I will note that down.
Practice makes perfect.
Very much so. I was able to take quite a few hits from Impa, which was very surprising.
That is impressive.
But again, I will let you get back to your conversation.
Look forward to it.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
It's no problem.
Of course.
Pleasure.
Go ahead.
Everyone.
Do you have any dietary restrictions?
No. I'm fine with that.
I'll be sure to make some breakfast. It may be more on the sweeter side to bribe well, but
I'm happy to be sitting down.
I hope that it's alright.
And if you need help with any vanguards,
Because I've been standing most of the day.
know anything about them, please let me know.
You did work yourself.
Thank you. When the question comes
Yes.
to mind, I'll be sure to come to you.
And I'm appreciative Mr. Lance will be giving me some proper advice for training to make sure I pass the exams next week, which I have full confidence that I will. But to just make the endeavor smoother, I suppose.
Not really much of a gardener myself.
Are you part of the group that fought him previously?
Nature and its many different types of flora.
Earlier today?
It is quite similar to medical.
Last week.
You have to be very patient.
Not last week, no. I wasn't able to do anything until today.
Changes in its need.
I haven't heard the report yet from today.
Exactly.
He had good things to say about last week.
I can only hope they're this good, good this week as well. According to Mr. Lance, he said I did well. So I'm sure you'll get a much more in-depth hear about it then.
Most likely. I asked both Vanguard and Centurion, some of Valkyrie, to report to me.
Well,
Oh fuck!
I didn't get to do it in time. Please don't go to pitch black again.
Every fucking time. Every time it's gonna get cut off.
Anytime these two are gonna like develop any sort of comfortability, cut off.
Every fucking time.
This is my favorite. It's so awkward.
It's also Aaron's been in a mood all fucking day. He's been in a fucking mood all day. Like 4 people called him out on it.
Nicer to you than Silas will, don't worry.
Yeah, because I would like you to know Pearl sleeps in real late.
I was half Aaron's in audio settings. Scroll down to like the bottom, yeah. I was half tempted. I was half tempted when Lyra was asking about like magic. I half tempted at leaning slightly to the left and then lasering like 3 of the targets in between everyone.
What does magic do? Pure light.
Yeah, that's a Mario.
You don't recognize this, Pandoran? And I was like, would Aaron do that? Maybe, 50-50. I'm kind of leaning against it right now. Aaron's been in the mood all fucking day.
How do you feel about this team?
When you talked about the team, I was like, all right, light, more light, all right. I see where this is going.
I tried to get busy, but Trix isn't gonna be here next week.
Yeah, I was nodding. I hope you noticed that Aaron was nodding until you said Pearl was on it, and it went.
That was good for you.
I know.
Like the head tilt nod of fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually knows what Pearl can do.
Just like a boss kid, and I like fucking
would you like to say something?
screen, like I'm fine
Oh,
now.
nothing, I'm just doing this 'cause it's funny.
I'm not gonna say like anything in particular in case this fuck wants to.
I do want to see what you can do. Which I do love. I do love how fucking earnest Pearl is and like filling the silence while Aaron's just there like he's about to fucking kill someone.
Hope your day's been good.
Hope your day's been. He's had such a bad day.
Their first meeting.
Imagine
Yeah.
having a bad day.
I need to know, like in the middle of me having
Can never have a day.
I also have a fun fact for you guys, but after Mush goes.
Today.
in the middle of like a talk I was having, fucking Elwin just goes up to me and just stuffs the scroll of Luna Wrath into my pocket. I'm like, cool, thank you.
You should know this too, actually.
You should have this.
So,
it's funny because
in a scene that happened earlier,
all I knew was that
to give you an idea of how much of a mood, which actually, gnarly, you should hear this too. To give you an idea of how much of a fucking, you should know this too, of how much a mood Aaron was. So there was a scene earlier where Destiny showed up. Aaron asked a question. Destiny like leaned in to give Aaron the answer, and he leaned away and went, "Don't fucking touch me." to Destiny. Just get your strings off me.
Defend yourself.
Also, yeah, sorry, I would have engaged in that conversation more, but I spent 20 minutes in my own head fucking grilling Legacy for questions.
Well, no, it's for like half of that. For half of that, Aaron was just kind of like, I genuinely don't know what I can contribute to this group like right now or in where I'm not learning that fucking language.
I'm so sorry you walked in at such an awkward time.
I could, maybe, but I'm not a language guy.
That was so funny.
I am, eventually.
Well, I loved every time.
I still need to learn now Abyssal Sign Language in the fucking language of Lunar Wrath. I mean,
I also liked as Aaron talking about like, well, first of all, no, I don't have connections to stars.
Fucking liar.
He believes it.
Which is an awkward.
Well, yeah, I was talking with Virtues earlier, and he said, first of all, the stars are pricks. I only like one.
Yeah.
I only like one star. The rest of them can go fuck themselves.
What the fuck? So,
I only like Midna. That's the only star Aaron likes.
Tell you about this?
Headshot hit Pearl with the. You want to know how I met Irenaeus for the first time?
I got to talk about how I met you, actually.
Which, yeah.
So that's why she became more amicable towards him, I'm pretty sure.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel that.
Dying.
I put it away.
Wasn't me.
Hey.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was you.
It might be the giant tornado I saw in the background.
Yeah. It's just like 3 planes.
No, there's
Ironwood.
Like a fucking tornado.
No, that's definitely Ironwood.
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
So I met him while their family was visiting my estate, and he was hiding his halo, and I asked to see it, and he didn't want to, and I kind of convinced him to. We were very young, and when he showed it to me, it was magnificent. It was like a sun. And when I told him that, he was blushing.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Aaron just like, don't you tell that story!
I was in the library, so no one else was around.
Yeah, I got to talk about, I got asked by Lycos about, hey, hey, why did Hetcha talk to me about Remio? And Aaron was like, so Remio often goes to their house to, well, plainly to annoy them.
Oh yeah, that was so good.
And then also he likes spellcraft, so he likes to go through all their books. I don't know why they let him, but they do. Oh.
What are we supposed to do? Tell him no?
Also, fucking, I love Lou being like, you're not surprised I can see this? And I'm like, no you fucking jackalope, of course I'm not surprised.
I was so tempted, like when Destiny was there, for Aaron to just like shovel the questions aside. How do I stop it? Just like no other context. How do I stop it? It's not about this topic at all. You know what I'm talking about. How do I stop it?
I don't know your magic. How do I stop? How do I say?
I got to talk with Virtues where like Virtue's about to leave, and then there was like a pause, and then Aaron was like, have you ever doubted who you are? Yeah, have you ever doubted who you are? And then Virtues was like, well, I mean, yeah, I doubted whether I was doing the right thing. And he was like, sorry, let me elaborate.
On the edge of the bank, and I'm like, hey, by the way, would you rather die for yourself or live in a couple of something else for all of eternity?
Yeah, well, I got to talk about his Aaron of like, no, let me elaborate. What I meant was, have you ever doubted who you are is who you are? Have you ever doubted that you are who you think you are?
Yeah.
All Aaron's been thinking about, like, all fucking day, is the fucking shard.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I might have had a little bit of joy in Whimsy's vessel at the start of session.
I heard.
I think my funniest thing is I just straight up went up to Meryl and be like, oh yeah, hunted toy plaything of the Crimson Sovereign.
It'll come back in the same.
Is she a fracture or is she an Arcanus?
I forgot. She's the one that doesn't need a thing.
I still haven't yet to talk to
Yeah, Arcane.
Arcane, that's what it is, yeah.
Also, Gnarly.
I haven't done anything yet.
Gnarly.
Yeah,
I want to see your lasers.
Okay, let me change it to my combat.
Drive vessel for information. I'm more than happy to follow you off.
Alright. I currently have her like not crash out one, but her like.
Why do you have a laser? So I have a laser pointer.
So I have a laser pointer.
god, you don't understand. I begged him to add it because we made him put rose card on his inspo board, and then we made him put a laser pointer on his model with a rune.
So here's the thing. Why do they like your laser pointer, but they hate my laser pointer?
His doesn't.
Just don't catch it. Just don't catch the laser pointer.
One of these days, we'll finally interact. One of these fucking days.
Oh, Aaron was sent into a mood in like the very beginning, so he was in a horrible fucking mood to talk with. Wow. Fucking okay, basically Aaron was in such a fucking mood that he either aura farmed or intimidated basically every single new student that went to go talk to him. Where he would just sort of sit there.
I had like 2 people in character who were like would like see you and then like look at you and then like so I saw turn and like
I don't have my weapon on this model, you whore.
it was kind of awesome.
Show me your lasers.
Okay. Let me not be next to everyone when it happens. Let's go here.
Hold on.
Okay. I haven't tested it with anyone yet, so I'm hoping that this isn't too big or too loud, but...
No, that'll work. What?
Okay.
Hello, friend Todd.
I need to talk to your sister.
So Todd.
Yeah.
How did you like my thing?
Aaron was just like, I can't do anything. I don't know how to help this group. I don't have a connection to the stars.
Yeah, she like for context.
Destiny actually asked
was in like a little
for you in winter personally.
Of course she did. Did you like fucking Destiny like leaning into like Aaron all friendly? He's like, don't fucking touch me.
Yeah.
Backwards. So, but she can do this.
What I've been told, when all 3 of us are together.
So,
yeah, you're glass cannon, right?
Yes.
High five.
Yeah. Yes.
So what I've been told, when all 3 of us are together, we get special interactions.
Twilight.
Oh. Yeah, right now Aaron's in firm like denial. Where he's like, okay, like they might have it. I have no connection to this court whatsoever. They're also not my priority. I don't really care about this court. What I do care about is getting as many fucking of these charms away from Fate as fucking possible. I want to fuck them over.
Multiple places at different times, doing a bunch of different.
And that was the main goal.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
I like that. I like your laser, especially like it comes from your fucking horn.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. I got a bunch of. It's her focus. Yeah.
Yeah.
She doesn't really need a focus. It's yeah. Yeah. And then.
Also, you didn't notice. You didn't notice, but for about half of Virtues' lesson, Aaron was staring at you.
Which is really funny because there were a few times where I would just kind of slowly glance over in your general direction and then just do like minor sad expression and then slowly.
Especially because every single time he like goes to do anything, he just turns there and goes, and in his head, like okay, in his head he's like, does she know? But in my head, I just see the Riddler meme of, does he know?
Does he know? Yeah.
Yeah. Every single time he pans over to look at you, it repeats of just like, I'm not about to tell her if she doesn't, but does she know?
No, yeah, which is really funny because I'm she's also in like her head doing a very like, does he know? Does he know?
Does he know?
Does he know? Yeah. I recorded it, but when Hetcha told her that we were gonna be on a team, I just like was silent for like 20 seconds and just didn't like say anything.
Yeah. So Aaron was listening listening to the team, and Hecha, Mao, that bastard, set it up so that Pearl was the last name. So going through all like the names, Aaron's like nodding through all the names, and then go Pearl, and Aaron just.
A lot of people were just like, they kept looking up.
All right.
That's son of a bitch.
You have no idea how much the fucking heart attack was. I was walking to go towards the kitchen, and I was passed by Ironwood, and he was talking to Mako, and they were talking about, oh yeah, you know, there's like these first years now, so and Myra's name was mentioned, so I passed, and went, huh? Bro had found out like, oh yeah, you're probably gonna be on a team with Mako, and I went, oh okay, and they're like, oh. Okay, but if I can then like convince, like, and they were talking about this motherfucker, and they're like, if I can convince him, it'd be really fun. I'm like,
never happened. I'm like, oh.
I've already been claimed by a team.
Yeah.
But so this is what I was actually debating in my head something for you, which was.
I'm not looking up.
When you asked about what his magic was, I was half tempted to just. Oh, it goes over there. Damn. Fucking, I'll need to fix that. But just leaning and just hitting all of the targets behind you, and then leaning back and looking at you, being like, are you sure you don't know my magic?
She wanted to double check, because there's some people who like, she's like, okay, either you're, like, she was assuming, okay, light user, but do you have anything else to you as well, or is it pure light? Like,
no, so I don't know if you, okay, I've been very careful with my language anytime I've said this. Yeah, I've been very careful with my language anytime I said this. Aaron didn't say that he was a light user. He said, I am pure light.
Yeah, no, he said I am pure light, which is why she's like, okay, duly noted.
Yeah, and the reason is, look at that corner.
Like, you should know this too, in stuffing the
Oh, it hit a collider. That didn't work. Hold on.
No, I don't do it. I mean,
We're gonna destroy someone.
I am the most offensive pure light user. That is just a fact.
I thought I was very funny.
Yeah, that's cool. I watched your fight with Lance.
Yeah.
I can try to go for.
I got something to show you, actually. This is bright, actually. You want to move. I'm just gonna hit Suki. You want to move. You might want to move. Hey, you might want to move. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you... I shouldn't be doing that. There we go.
That's awesome.
Why are you there?
Just do that!
Don't be in the way!
You saw the, I saw in character a little bit when I
When did you get there?
You saw my maximum output, right?
Yeah, see, I was watching your fight with Sultan wondering, is he gonna do it? Is Sultan gonna do it? Because I'm gonna turn to my combat model just in case.
No, I had the radiant sword charm active. Charm. I was immediately like not even at Sultan. Didn't matter.
Oh, by the way, during the week, Aaron's gonna come up behind you.
Oh. Why are you fucking with my dorm mate? Leave her alone!
It would quite literally be like up here. Hey.
Hi.
We need to talk about your visions.
Jump and then just. I haven't had them in a bit.
I need your notes about the visions you've had and the locations they're in.
For them.
I need to see your notebook again.
she would sadly hand over the notebook again.
Send me that link.
So I get to have TRPs again.
Raiko's
Thanks,
so fucking. Raiko's too nice for her own good. Fucking Lai was like, I'm gonna do this with his weird glue thing, and she's like, it's alright, you can do that.
But here's the thing, I need you to just fucking, just having Erin appear behind you and just fucking hold on.
Makes sense for that
Just-
little guy to do.
Hey.
Hey, little guy, do you know what a union is?
Oh, by the way, immediately after you said that,
Hey.
Chibi's familiar came up.
I need your notebook.
And he just rubbed his hands like,
Don't worry. So Rico doesn't want to summon trickery. Alwyn was like, "Don't worry, I'll summon trickery. You can be in the room."
No!
Raiko
My favorite niece!
Thing that happened.
With the information I have now, when that bit with trickery does happen, the conversation's gonna be a lot more on Winter's terms than it's gonna be on trickery.
So I haven't a laser pointer.
Hey Todd,
Yeah.
out of curiosity, did he? 'Cause I know you were watching the fights up towards the end of like the last fights that we had up in the sky. I was actually curious, as like, did he like were you commenting at all on like who was fighting on like for like specifically like the
So he was
like that too?
he was watching, but to be honest, his mind was like a million miles away. He was watching just to sort of watch. He was kind of just noting about like new students, magic, like what their spells seem to be focused on.
Because I know he was watching her, so she was watching he was watching a stall race. So I was just curious as like what his thought process was, if he said anything on your stream or not.
No, he didn't say much of anything. He was more focused on like he was working through some things. He was in a mood all
I
day.
was so instead of solving that charm ability, because that would have affected every last person that got
Oh,
game.
every single fucking person in the entire arena would have got caught in that charm.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Oh, yeah, no, I was I didn't know about that until afterwards either too. I was like hearing about that.
Like a fucking Mazda.
Wait, what charm? Wait, who's got a charm?
It's just
Right. Yeah, no, everyone would have
It's
gotten
the
it.
same Google Doc that I sent you before. It's now, instead of like this, however many, it's now 12 pages. That I've been
Perfect.
writing.
Aaron looking at it, occasionally giving you side eye, continuing to read.
It's not, because it's not just a vision. That's just, you're just asking for this girl's diary.
Yeah, just I need the notes on your visions, and it's just.
Oh, Rika wrote down the entire Star Trial situation, so have fun with that.
This is like super personal. I don't need to know this about you.
You asked for it.
Yeah. But wait, hold on.
It's not my fault.
Jay, I got one better for you. Jay, I got one better for you.
Figuring out pieces.
What a fucking Aaron, just like what a waste of man. I'm killing you.
I asked Clink.
Since we got nothing out of it last season,
No,
this week, Kyo's going to Aaron's dorm and is putting the journal on his bed and leaving.
I was gonna try and spend time with her roommate still. Dear Lord.
Oh.
The entire fucking time during session, she was looking around.
Yeah, the journal that we belonged to a certain person. We never got anything out of it last season. So like, okay, he's gonna read it.
Yeah.
Get something out of it. I'm not. I never read it.
That works. You chose a great time. If you had talked to Aaron before, he was in a fucking mood like all day. He was just so pissed. Because one of the first things that happened was that he walked into like the grand, hall. New cavalry came in, and the first thing they did is they looked at Aaron and then waved at something behind him and then walked away, and he was like, no, I'm going to that cavalry meeting. And then they were like, all right, let's give the new cavalry a tour. Actually, Sayori, can everyone leave? I want this room alone with them. And everyone did. And he got the room and he was like, elaborate. Ariana, the Aerith, the new homunculi, they talked about how they saw a figure of pure light behind Irin that is following him all the time.
Too much on that.
And he went, oh, cool.
I mean, she's focused.
Fuck.
Okay, well, that's meaning that
Aerith can see Zula.
Yeah, because Irin's thought process is, that's fucking Zula. Okay.
He's gonna notice her the entire
I was thinking, like, dude, where is this motherfucker? I'm scared as shit that he's just gonna appear somewhere. And I finally saw you, like, flying. And then every single time, I just... And I was like, I know these eyes are fucking staring at my ass, but you know...
Oh, yeah. There's at least once that I turned to stare at you.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I actually saw that at one point. Like, I looked and I realized, oh shit, he was there.
I actually can't tell that they're Pandoran.
Motherfucker! What's the problem?
They have dark mana.
She's dark user.
They have dark mana, remember.
They're people now.
Remember, I have... They're not people. 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 That's Pandorans. That's don't make me... okay, listen. I don't want to talk to Maria again.
Yeah, your leader's dead. They're a tyrant.
Oh my fucking god. Well, not dead for long.
Fuck, but yeah, no, fucking... She was going, she was talking to people, and it was funny enough. It was during the talk with Winter that she spotted your ass fucking appearing. She kept being like... Especially considering she may or may not have overheard for like half a second on what you and Winter are fucking working on that is in Pandora, and she just sat there like...
Oh, right. Yeah. You started asking questions. You started asking questions about the corpse.
She overheard about the funny thing that the train go by.
Yeah, and Aaron's like, why the fuck does Eve know?
They do kind of reside in fucking Pandora.
No one should turn by the fucking like abyss and that stuff. I was told specifically that it's a very... Oh no, it's not even just that now. I am well aware that one student in here very much should not go by it, or else that is a massive problem waiting to happen, and she has gotten to talk to that person, and she's pretty sure she knows who it is, and it's very concerning.
No.
Curiosity, who do you think the person is?
Take your fucking racism
card. No, I can go by Siva. Do not let this, like, basically, if the rumors are true, do not let this person go by the abyss. And I went, because that is a problem child waiting to happen.
Now I'm very curious. I'm still streaming. I don't know if you want to like record it. Oh, fair enough.
The reason why she's asking it also might be more personal too. This might be more personal to her. That's why.
Yeah.
What? She has a theory. She has a theory that she's going.
Yeah, you're getting
Things
drafted. You're
keep
welcome to the
lining
war.
up that are
I think you should tell your theory to Aaron because there's a good chance he can either say it's right or disprove it on the spot.
It's more personal, and that's why she's like.
Well, no. If you want to know something about the corpse, Aaron knows the most.
It's Kieran and Winter. She was directed to focus on what she's asking silence.
Right.
I guess not that also too, like, she was in a little bit of like a what the fuck.
I saw your aura.
She got told by Winter, hey, by the way, like, you know, Kristen
what?
might not be completely fucking dead, and she went, wait, what?
Oh, right, yeah.
She got told that, she went, I'm sorry, fucking what? But of course, you know, like, she got told, like, oh yeah, I don't know, like, that is my mother, technically, you know, part of her soul, me, I'm like... And he's like, by the way, like, as is probably already a given, don't mention this, like, I'm like, I'm taking it to heart of the whatever I learned in this academy, I am not saying outside this academy unless I'm specifically given permission to say something. I'm holding that to heart. And they're like, well, yeah, we were specifically told that. And I'm like, the amount of times I've heard someone say, hey, don't say this outside of this area, and then later on they say something is insane. I'm holding that shit to heart.
Yeah, Aaron very much holds all of his secrets to his chest. He barely talks about any of like the actual issues running through his head.
Yes, like, that was something, is that she had ended up mentioning something about, like, oh yeah, I want to eventually talk to Irenaeus, to the Owen brothers, and to Amelia. And, she got told, okay, For one, get in line because a lot of people normally need to talk to him. I'm like, that's fair. I just wanted to simply do like introductions. Like that's the primary thing. It's just, hey, this is who I am. This is what I do in case you need me in the future, kind of thing.
Hey, it's me, the stars. Blow people up.
Oriented and like goal oriented. So she went, okay, perfect. But the thing that I literally need to talk to him about is just, hey.
Stop talking in my fucking head.
Truly how you feel?
Fucking sound though.
Fuck the stars. Die.
Oh my god, I just now realized this entire time that I've been in VC, my fucking headphones weren't connected properly. So I was sitting here like, what are people talking about?
No, they have a fucking, they have a DM way that on this map, they can talk inside your head and only you can hear them. So I heard fucking Gruntle loud as fuck behind my ear. Kill your family. Which is why I'm just like, alright, motherfucker.
I said kill everyone. Thank you.
Alright, I'm beating your twig ass. Yeah.
She's like, the entire time, because at one point, with the place where I went to go talk to like Koa and them, I literally turned my head and I saw fucking Virtues and Uranus talking. And I just sat there like,
oh, that was a great conversation, actually. What the,
it was just the thing of, oh yeah, the one, just fucking no quickly, but like the one time he actually is on the ground where I could possibly have the opportunity to talk to him. He's talking to Virtues, and I know I shouldn't go over there because I'm probably having a private talk.
yeah, no, that was a conversation that Erin would have immediately shut the fuck up the second like anyone else came by.
Yeah, like she saw it and went, okay, they're over there, they're having a private talk, and then she just kind of kept looking around. I even looked at the time, I was like, fuck, am I gonna have to wait until next session to introduce myself?
I wanted to come back and make sure that there was enough time. So that's why I came back to like the center.
And I saw it, I went, okay, cool. You're talking to like Ketcher, who I've introduced myself to, and then like some people are around that like I have talked to, some people I haven't. It's a good opportunity to come over and like introduce myself. Alright, we're good. I'm just sad I was like decently late for this session, but like I also sat there, I was like, dude, where the fuck is your names, bro?
Erin's constantly pulled into different things. I think I spent 2 hours inside one of the ritual rooms. Yeah, and I was pulled into that meeting. Yeah.
I was like, I've been in a meeting for 2 hours, and I was like, oh, you so. Because I think I saw you come out, Winter come out, and Europa come out. Those were at least 3 people. I think maybe Sayori might have been in that group. Those were at least the people that I saw like appear finally after being gone for how long. Because y'all were gone by the time that I ended up like going and fucking okay. Davai! Sorry. I continue to just have this thing of like I love his dumbass going gay.
I haven't even talked to him.
I haven't talked to him in character, of course, but like even out of character, I'm just like, I love Trickery. In character, I have no idea how the fuck she's gonna react. She'd be like,
hi! You're doing well after your trial. That's my niece.
Which one did they use?
They usually use like the star models. So they're like, we haven't actually had a model for Sven.
you should totally go to your old variant.
Technically, he looks like that, yeah, though. Just without these clothes. I think he's wearing robes.
Yeah. Yeah, they would need to update.
Right, I used to be in a roleplay where this was one of the siblings to one of my characters with the sin stuff.
The closest I got to that is this. Has a corset on it.
That's basically Sven. How'd you like in the conversation where you're talking about your shield and Aaron was like, well, usually they aren't good enough.
She was like, okay, that's noted. Good to know that I should still steer clear as much as possible. Like, she was gonna do that no matter what, of like, hey, if I see something, I'm gonna still try to steer clear.
Yeah, just why do you think Aaron knows that?
She's like, because he's probably, you know, gone and tested it on several things before. So she went, okay, noted. If you're telling me that, I'm taking that to fucking heart, bro.
The amount of Pandorans that thought their shield would work.
Yeah, no, because it specifically came from you, and she knows, oh, that's fucking, like, you know, that's goddamn border patrol kind of shit right there. She's like, yeah, no, I'll take your word for that. I'm not gonna do that. She's like, I want to work on it more, so that's why she like mentioned like, I do want to work on it more, but I don't know whether or not it's good. Like, she knows I'm probably not gonna be able to block whatever the fuck he's talking about. He's saying artillery bullshit. and also in general,
And Sultan's
he is
My
him.
second
He is just part of that family.
They did great
But, like,
today. Your ones did
Yeah.
she's like, I still want to mention it, so I can still do a shield, even if it is not the one that can defend against that. She's still like, okay, I'm still going to say I have it, and that it can take quite a few hits, because again, it took quite a few hits from fucking Impa, which is like, well,
Oh no, out of character, your shield would probably last a little bit. That was more. Aaron's thing isn't like. So yes, it'll dissolve and it'll eat through it pretty quickly. It won't like instantly pierce through it.
okay, so it could maybe like, if he does like a single like thing, might be able to just like hold it and then it'll pop, kind of thing.
Yeah, if he like swipes, he usually swipes whenever he does something. He does Sakuna, basically. And so it'll probably last maybe like 3 swipes, I'd say. And then also he can just hold it if he wants to like bore a hole through it.
That's when it's like, yeah, it's probably not going to take too long for that. Okay, that's good to know in the future at least.
I could choose the one that
Like,
doesn't
her
have
shielding can take quite a few hits before it fucking, you know, goes down. Like, it took maybe 3 or 4 of like the heavy hits from Impa before she ended up stopping. Like, I knew in my head, if she does one more, this thing's gonna go down, because she does heavy fucking hits, and she's also doing that rip and tear kind of thing. And even though it's a very like, you know, it's a fairly smooth shield with some of it, she's going to in the future possibly try to figure out, okay, can I make vines with thorns on them in this thing? So try to hit this shit with melee now without getting fucking prickled. Oh, also,
again, I'm still coming through your wall.
There's a dad and a star dad.
It's okay, I expected that to happen. I waited and I thought it was still funny.
That's her, like, uncle. Brothers? Not actually, but like, that's just really funny thought.
If it's brothers, if he had a neck, I would be squeezing it.
It's not really brothers. We're just opposites.
Yeah. It's not even a matter of just like we don't even like acknowledge each other. We just dislike each other off the rip.
Yeah.
I actually can't talk about that.
I don't even know if it's dislike. Yeah, I know. I don't even know if it's dislike exactly.
I know the relationship, but I can't talk about it.
Also for like the little tidbit thing there still. Where the fuck did the bitch go? Okay, he's over there. The person that you're talking about that is a, hey, stay the fuck away from that place, is Sultan.
Eyes.
I have been building character about a very interesting thing of, hey, if this is how this is acting already, like again, this is
I know why. I know why.
If this one's already
they want to keep him away because he'll get fucking eaten. He will get eaten so fast.
Yeah, basically I told, hey, he's already acting this way, like, from the, if a siren is acting this way already, then if they get to that place, that is a massive problem. I said, so problem child waiting to happen. It will not go good. It will not go good. So she's like, she's talked about this to
what the fuck, to Hecha?
And Amelia, and dear God, she ended up mentioning it to Masa, Koa, and Amelia today. She was like, okay, I need to talk to you guys about this thing. And then later on, when she was like sitting there like, oh, I want to talk to you, and then she got pulled off to the side by Sultan, and she just sat there like, because he asked, you haven't told anyone about like the little incident we had the other day, did you? And she's like, no, I mean, I've mentioned that I saw you, and then I didn't see you for a while, so I asked people, you know, about you. She fucking lied with that shit. She's like, dude, I just want to mention the fact that you went and, like, literally ripped apart so much fucking, specifically me. You I have very much told all 3 of my roommates. She hasn't said it to anyone else, just her roommates, of being like, hey, if I see him uneasy around him, like, I'll give a chance of talking to him and working with him, but, like, if I see him uneasy, or like back off from him, this is why. And they're like, oh yeah, no, just stick with us.
Yeah.
She specifically...
I was just gonna ask, were you there when people had asked Aaron about his day?
He's like, I don't like this change. I
don't
Were you close enough? I know, is it... Oh, good night.
Started,
okay. I was wondering if you were there to hear Aaron lie.
Wasn't it Lance that possibly asked? Because I remember him
It
saying
was
he said
Lance.
it's been like a day or something. Yes, I was right there.
I said, it's been an alright day. I said like a
I
liar.
heard that. Yeah, I heard you say that, and I was like, considering the fact that he just sat up there for I don't know how fucking long talking to virtues alone, I don't know if that's right. Normally people don't have that long of private talks, especially with a professor.
Goodbye. It was nice
Oh,
meeting
see
you.
you. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna go to end straight.
Heading off, but if you're gonna be doing a hangout later, I will.